Hi there. Today we are going to dive into building a minimal portfolio website using Nextjs, Tailwind CSS and Motion. Now, as you can see here, this is the homepage of our portfolio. On the left, there is this classic image, and on the right, we have some text and buttons. Now, for this image, I have used the Midjourney. For those who don't know Midjourney, it is an AI tool that generates images from the text prompts. You just have to tell what kind of image you want in the text and it will generate various images. Now, to use this tool, you will need to have a Discord account. I will share the text prompt that I have used to generate this image. Now, here we have the navigation section, and in the center we have this logo which has the initial CB. And on hover it shows this effect. On the right we have this social icons and theme switcher. Now if you look closely, it is animated SVG. So when I click on this moon, it will change the theme to dark. Let's switch back again, and here we have a simple footer. Now if I click on this resume button, it will download this dummy PDF. You can replace this PDF with your resume. Also, there is this hire me button, and we have this circular text around this button, and this button leads to your email. Now let's go to the about page. Now as you saw here, we have this cool transition effect. We will use a Motion to create this. Now in the about page, there is simple quote in the beginning, and here you can put details about yourself. We have a profile image and some numbers on the right. Now if I scroll down, this number will increase to a certain limit. Now let's scroll further down, and we have the skills section. Now in the skills section, I have created this structure that looks like a web and placed the skills. Let's check this again. And it looks great. Now let's scroll down, and we have this experience section. Now check out this SVG line that follows the scroll direction and simple animation applied to this content. Same for this education section. Now let's open the projects page. In the projects page, we have text, same as the about page. Here we have featured project in the card that has this bold borders which make it look like a 3D card. Now in this card we have project image, type, title and some details with these links. Now let's scroll down. We have smaller cards. We will use a grid to display all these cards. Let's open the articles page. Now in the articles page, we have this text, then latest articles on the top, same as the project page. Now if we scroll down, you can see a list of other articles that come out from the bottom. When you hover on any of this article name, you will see the cover image of the article that follows the cursor. All these effects are created using a Motion. Now this portfolio is also mobile responsive, so let's check it out. This is the home page, and if I click on this hamburger menu, it will open up this menu. Let's go to the about page. Let's open the projects. Let's go to the articles. Let's change the theme, and this is the dark theme. I have checked this portfolio link using a page speed insights, and we got 100 score in every aspects, in the mobile and in desktop as well. So it is really fast and it does not have any side effect or any delays. Also, I have checked with the inbuilt lighthouse, and here we also got the 100 score for performance, accessibility, best practice, and SEO. Now for all these social icons and SVGs, I have downloaded them from iconify.design. It has lots of icons. You can just search from here. Now let's start creating this portfolio. Let me close these tabs. Now go to this link. You will find this link in the description. These are the starter code files where I have added all the required images and text that we will need to create this portfolio. Now you just have to go here and copy this and open your project folder. Write cmd, which will open the terminal in the Windows, and just write git clone and paste the link. Now this will clone the starter code repo, and I have already cloned it right here. Also make sure you change the directory by using a cd and name of the project. Also use npm install to install all the libraries. Now let's open the VS Code by writing code and dot. This will open the VS Code. Let me walk you through the different files. So we have images inside the public folder, and inside this images we have images of articles, profile images, project images, and SVG that we are going to use. Also all the text for the icons, pages, and prompt and styles. Now let's set up the Tailwind CSS for this project. So open the tailwindcss.com and click on this get started. We will use the framework guides and click on the next.js. Now let's follow all the instructions. We have already installed the Nextjs, and let's copy this and paste it right here. This will install Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer as a developer dependency, and this command will initialize the Tailwind CSS. And now we will have two files, postcss.config.js and tailwind config file. Let's open them. Now let's check the next step. Configure your template paths. So let's copy this and paste it instead of this content. So we are using the src directory because inside this src directory we are going to create components and pages. So we don't need this one. Let's remove it and save this. Now add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. Let's copy this, and inside the styles we have this global.css. Let's remove all this and only paste this directives. And I think we are ready to develop. Let's open the development server by using an npm run dev, and the server started on 3000. And here is this starter template. So first let's go to the index.js page and remove all this. And just write home. Let's check if we have implemented Tailwind CSS. Let's add one class with the background black, and it is applied right here. Now let's configure our application. Let's open the _app.js file. Now Nextjs uses this app component to initialize the pages. The component prop is the active page, so whenever you navigate between routes, this component will change to the new page. So anything you pass right here will be received by the new page. Let's initialize the fonts. So import font name, and we are going to import it from the next/font/Google. Now for this portfolio we are going to use the Montserrat. Now to use this font we have to initialize it. Let's declare one variable called Montserrat with the small m, and we will use this font. Now inside this font we can add different options. So we want subsets of the Latin, and also we want this font to be used by the variable name. So we will define one variable. Let's just write --font-mont. You can read more about this from the Nextjs documentation. So let's open it. Next fonts. Click on this link. Here you will find the documentation on how to use fonts with the Tailwind CSS. So we have done up to this point, and this is how we can use this variable inside the app component. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Instead of inter we have Montserrat. Now let's use this variable inside the Tailwind CSS. So open the tailwind.config.js file. Now as mentioned here, first we will import the font family from the default theme. Then inside the theme we will extend it by adding this new font family. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. Now the variable name for our font is mont, Now it is the type of the sans font. Let's change the name here from sans to mint. And now inside the app file, instead of font dash sans, we can use this font. Now instead of this sans, we can use our variable. Let's save this. Let's remove this background and check this out. And the font is applied. Now why I have selected this specific fonts, because these fonts are variable, which means they can accept different type of weights. We don't have to define different weights right here. We can directly add it in the styles. Now inside this index, let's remove this. We don't need the image or the styles. Let's save this. Now for both of these lines, we are going to use it in every page. So let's cut it from the index.js and paste it inside this app component. Let's import the head element from the next/head, and inside this head we will paste these lines. Make sure you wrap this whole by using the React fragment. Now let's declare some variables for the colors inside this Tailwind CSS. So to declare new color variables, you just have to write colors, and here you can write variable name and the color code or color hash. Let's open the public folder, and inside the all text folder open the styles.txt file. Here you will get all the variables that we are going to use. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Now for the dark, I have this one shade of the black color, and for the light, that is this shade of the white, and for the primary we are going to use dark pink, and for the primary dark we are going to use electric blue. Let's save this and let's open the app file. Now let's add the background color to bg light. So this will use the light variable. Let's keep the width to full by using w-full, and minimum height let's set it to 100 vh, and for that you can use h-screen. Let's check this out. Now this light variable has a different shade than the normal white color. Now let's create the Navbar component. For that, go to the src and create one folder called the components, and inside this component create one file called navbar.js. Now here I am using React snippets to create this component. You can just write RAFCE and it will generate this snippet. Let me close this and minimize it. Now for this navbar, we are going to import it inside this app before the component. Let's import it. Now instead of this div, we will use the header. Let's style this header. Set it width to full, and let's add the padding left and right. For that you can use px, and set it value to 32, which is around the 8 RAM, and set padding top and bottom to 8. We will keep the font to medium, so it will add some weight on the fonts. Now let's add the items. So first we will add 4 links, and for that we will use the nav. Let's import the link element from the next/link. Inside this link we have to give the address. So first is the home, so just write slash and write home. Let's do the same for other links. Second is the about. Third is for the projects, so slash projects. Last one is for the slash articles. Let's save this. Now after this navigation we will display the logo. So for now let's just write logo, and for the right side we are going to display social media icons. So for that we are going to use the nav again and add link. For now let's just write the slash, and let's add the target attribute to blank so that it will open in the new tab. First is the Twitter, so just write T and paste it for 5 more times. Let's save this. Let's style it. Set display of this header to flex, items to center, and justify content to justify dash between. Now it looks great. Let's create the logo component. For that, go to the components folder and create one file called logo.js. Just write RAFCE and it will generate this small snippet. Let's import this logo component inside the navigation bar. Now let's style this. Add class name inside this div. Let's use display flex and items to center, justify content to center as well, and margin top to 2. Empty dash 2 will add the margin top to 0.5 rem. Now for the logo, we will use the link component. So whenever someone clicks on the logo, it will redirect them to the home page. So for the href, we will use the slash, and let's add the initials of your name. For me, I am writing the CB. Don't forget to import this link from the next/link. Let's add some classes. Let's keep width to 16 and height to 16 as well. Width dash 16 adds 4 rem of width and 4 rem of height. Let's change the background to beachy dash dark and text dash light. Also let's set the display to flex, items center, and justify content to center. Now to make this round, we will use the rounded class. This will make it little bit round. Now to make the whole round, we will use rounded dash full, and here we have our logo. Now let's increase the text size. For that you can use text dash LGMD, or let's write XXL, and we want this font to be bold, and now it looks great. Now on hover, we want to change this different colors inside this logo. For that, we are going to use the framer motion. So let's import the motion element from the framer motion. Now usually to use this motion element, we can just write motion before this HTML element, motion.div, and now inside this we can use the different properties of the framer motion, but we are going to use the motion inside this link, and for that we have to define one variable called, let's name it as motion link, and here we will pass the link component to this motion element. Let's use this motion link instead of this simple link. Now to use different animations on the framer, we have different properties such as while hover, which will activate when we hover on this logo. So for now, let's just write scale to 1.5. Let's save this and check this out. As you can see here, when I hover on this logo, it is scaling up from 1 to 1.5. So instead of the scale, we are going to change the colors. So let's remove this and make sure you write these properties inside this double brackets. Let's change the background color. Now here we are going to pass an array of different colors. For that you can go to the public alt text and open the styles.txt file, and at the end of the file you will find this array of different colors. Just copy this and paste it right here. Now as you can see on hover, it is changing the different colors, but it is running only for once. So let's add the transition. Inside this transition you can declare different properties such as duration of the animation. Let's keep it for 1 second, and we want to repeat this animation for infinite time. So just write infinity. Let's save this. Let's reload this, and it is working great. Now this logo is not in the center, so for that we are going to use fixed or absolute. Take this logo out from here and add one div, paste the logo, and let's set the position of this div. Just write absolute, and we want center from the left, so write left dash 50% and 2 from the top, and also let's translate x to minus 50%. So this will make it in the center. Let's save this. Now it looks like in the center of this page. Now for this links, instead of adding styles for each of this link, we will create one component called custom link, and this component will take href, title, and the class name if there is any. Otherwise we will pass the empty string. Let's use the arrow function and return the link element. Let's add the title, and instead of this link, let's use this custom link. Also, we don't need this. Let's add title, home, for this, change the title to about, projects, and articles. Let's save this. Now to use this class name, we will add it inside the link using curly braces and backticks. Add the $, braces, and use the class name. So whenever someone passes the class name from this link, it will apply to this link right here. Let's add the class name for this link. Set margin right to 4, and as you can see, it is applied right here. Let's do the same for other links as well. Instead of margin right, we'll use margin right and left. So for that, you can write mx-4. Let's do the same for projects, and for the article, we will use margin-left. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's add the underline for this links. Now for the underline, we are going to use the span element. Just write $NBSP, and let's add the class name. We will keep the height to 1 pixel. Let's change its display to inline block, and let's keep its width to full. Also, let's change the background to BG dark. Add the relative class for this link, and for the span we will use the absolute. Let's set left to 0 and bottom to 0 as well. Now let's add some more offset. For that, we are going to use the negative value of the bottom from 0 to minus 0.5, and this looks great. And now this h-1 is applying the 4 pixel height. We only want 1 pixel. Now this looks great. Now on hover of this link, I want to animate the span from width 0 to full width. So let's do this. Now the link is the parent element of the span. So I want to animate the span when someone hovers on this link. So let's add one class name called group, and on the group dash hover, we'll use the width dash full. Otherwise, width is going to be 0. And let's set the transition to width only, and transition type to ease. Let's set duration to 300 milliseconds. Let's save this and check this out, and it looks great. Also, when someone is on the home or about page, we want to keep the span width. So let's use the use router hook. Write const router, and let's import this use router hook from the next/router. Now let's see what this hook provides. So just log console.log router. Let's save this and check it out. So this router hook provides us an object which has different properties such as a push, as path, etc. We are going to use this as path, which will going to show us the URL on which the user is. So let's remove this. Let's copy this classes and add the curly braces and backticks. Paste the class name. Now we will check if the router dot as path is equal to the href, then we will keep the width to full, else we will keep the width to 0. So remove this width and let's save this. Now as you can see, we are on the slash, so it is the home page, and that's why the span element is right there. That's it. Now let's add this social icons. Now we are not going to use SVG directly. Instead we are going to use the SVGR to convert them into the React component. Now inside this components folder, let's create one file called icons.js. In this file we are going to store all the SVG components. So let's open the SVGR. Now this is react-svgr.com. When you paste any SVG right here, it will convert it into the React component so that you can easily manipulate this SVG. Let's open the Twitter SVG. Let's copy this and paste it right here. It has converted this SVG into a React usable SVG. So now let's copy this converted SVG component and paste it inside the icons.js file. Let's change its name to Twitter icon. Now instead of this props, we will pass the class name and the rest of the props. Now to use this class name, we'll pass it inside the class name using curly braces and backticks. Just write $, brackets and class name. By doing this, we can pass different class names directly to this component, which will be applied to this SVG. Also, let's keep the width to full and height to auto. Instead of this props, let's use the rest. Now let's use this icon inside this navbar. Now instead of this T, let's just write Twitter icon and make sure you import it from the icons file. Let's save this. And here is the Twitter icon. Now we are going to do same for all the icons. I have already created one file called the icons.txt. In this file, I have converted all the SVG to a React usable SVGs. So just copy this file and paste it right here. So there are all the SVGs that we are going to use. Let's save this. And add the different icons. First is the Twitter. Next, let's add the GitHub icon. Next is the LinkedIn. And let's add the Pinterest. Let's add the dribble. That's it. We don't need this one. Make sure you import all the icons from this /icons file. Let's remove this from the default export and add it inside the list. Let's check it out, and it looks great. Let's style these icons. Let's keep the display to flex, items to center, justify center, and let's add the flex dash wrap. Now let's add a simple motion animation. Instead of using this link, let's just use the anchor tag. Let's change these links. Now we are going to use framer motion, so let's import the motion component from the framer motion. Now to use this motion, we have to apply it before this HTML element. So just write motion dot anchor tag. Now here we are going to use the while hover property. Let's add the double brackets, and I just want to lift the icon when someone hovers on it. So just use Y to -2. Let's save this and check this out. And it looks great. Let's increase the width of all these icons. Let's add the class name. Set the width to 6 and margin right to 3. Let's do the same for all these links. Also, there is one more property called while tap, which will work when someone taps on this icon. So let's scale it down to 0.9. Let's copy this and paste it in all other links. Also, let's change the simple anchor tag to motion dot anchor tag. Let's save this. And it is not working for the dribble. Let's check it. Now it looks great. Now let's increase the margin between these links. Now instead of this MR, let's use MX to increase margin on left and right of the link. Let's do the same for both of this link. For the last link, we will use margin dash left. Let's save this, and it looks great. As you can see, when I tap this, it is scaling down from 1 to 0.9. Now this simple and subtle animations stands out from those typical animations. Now let's see how we can get this image on the left. Now open the midjourney.com, and if you haven't have made an account on the Discord, then make sure you have one. Now on the site, click on the join beta, and it will lead you to their Discord channel. Now this is the Midjourney channel on the Discord, and you can open any newbies channel. Now here you just have to write /imagine and press enter, then write your text that you want to change it to the image. Now inside the code, if you open the prompts.txt file, and here is the prompt that I have used to create that image, which is a developer wearing glasses, and I wanted to be it in a digital art as a profile picture and with the white background. So just copy this and paste it right here. Don't forget to write the /imagine and press enter. Now this will take some time to generate the image, and it will generate 4 images. If you want to upscale any of this image, you can press this buttons, U1 for upscaling image 1, or if you want a variation of any of this image, you can press this button with the V4 will give you different variant of this 4th image. Now let's see if whether our image is ready or not. As mentioned here, it says waiting to start. Please read the terms and conditions of the Midjourney before you use any of the images generated by their AI. Now it has started generating the image. Now it has generated these 4 images. If you want to upscale any of the image, you can just press these buttons, or you can get variations of these images by pressing this V1, V2, V3 or V4 button. And that's how you can generate these images using the Midjourney. After generating the image, make sure you add them in your public folder. Here I have added it inside this images and profile folder. You can also remove the background by using remove.bg or such websites. Now let's create this home section. Now let's open the index.js file, and inside this main, let's add some classes. Let's set the display to flex, item center, and text to dark, width to full, and minimum height to 100 VH. So for that you can use this class called minimum height -screen. Now before we create further components, let's create the layout. So inside the components folder, create one file called layout.js, and let's import it inside the index.js file. Now this layout will accept 2 things. First is the child components, so just write children, and second is the class name if we want to change any class of this layout. So let's add the class name, write the brackets and backticks, $, and add the class name. Now instead of this layout, let's render the children inside this div. Inside the index, let's pass the h1 with the home. Now let's add more classes inside this layout. Set width to full and height to full as well. Let's keep its display to inline dash block. Set index to 0 and background to bg dash light. Also let's set padding to p dash 32, which means padding 8 rem. That's it. Now inside this layout we will create one more div. So let's create one. Write div dot display to flags, set items center and justify space in between. Also set width to full. Make sure you change this from class to class name. Now we will add one more div which will act as an image container. So let's create one div, and inside this div we will use the image component from the next/image. And this image component will take src alt. You can just write your name, and also inside the class name we will keep the width to full and height to auto. That's it. Now let's import our profile picture. Import profile pic from / find the public folder / images / profile and select the first image. Let's put this profile pic inside the src and let's save this. And it looks great. Now we don't need the padding top inside the layout. So let's add the class name and padding top to 0. Also this div should only cover the half of the width. So for that we will add one class called width-1/2, which means width equal to 50%. That's it. Now after the image we will add the text. So after this div, add one more div, and here let's just write h1 tag, and after the h1 add one paragraph tag. Now for this text you can get it from the pages.txt file. Just copy the first line and paste it inside this h1 tag, and copy this second paragraph and paste it inside the p tag. Let's save this, and it is right here. Now let's style it. This text div will also have width of 50%. Now let's animate this first text. Now let's animate this h1 text. For this we are going to create a separate component so that we can use it in the different pages. Open the components folder and create one file called animated text.js, and let's import it inside our index.js file. Now this animated text will have the two props. One is the text and other is the class name. Initially the class name is an empty string. Let's save this, and inside this index let's pass the text that we want to animate. Let's cut this and paste it right here. Now let's add some classes inside this div. We want width to full and margin left and right to auto. Set padding top and bottom to 2, and set display to flex, items to center, justify them in the center as well. Set text to center. Also let's set the overflow property to hidden. Inside this div let's use one more h1 tag. Let's add some classes. Now for this h1 tag we are going to use this class name inside this h1. So make sure you use the curly braces and backticks and $sign and braces to include this class name. Let's keep the display to inline block, width to full, text to dark, and let's set font to bold and capitalize. Also let's set text size to the 8XL, and instead of this animated text we will split the text. So let's write text dot split this text by the space, and now we will get the array of words. So we will use the map function. Map function will give us the word and the index. Now let's return the span tag with each word and one space. So for space we can do ampersand NVSP. This will add one space after each word, and here we are using the map, so we have to add the key. For key we can use index, but to make this key more unique we can do word plus add dash plus index. This will generate a unique key for each of these words. Let's save this, and the text are bigger. If you want to decrease the size of the text, we can do from here too. We just have to pass the class name and set text to, let's say, 6XL, and it is not working because we already have defined one size here, which is text-8XL, and then we are trying to define override this. Now to override this we can use the important inside the CSS, but in the Tailwind you can just place the exclamation mark before this class name. It will add important keyword right here. Let's save this. Now let's add some classes before this animated text. Let's set the display of this div to flex and set the flex direction to flex dash column. So flex dash col. Set items to center and self to center as well. Let's save this and let's give the display to the span tag, write inline block. Let's check it out, and it looks great. Let's set this text on the left side. So for that we have to override one more class, write text dash left, and now it looks great. Now let's animate this text. For that we will use the motion from the framer motion. Now instead of writing initial and animate properties for each of these elements, we can define the variants. Like let's say for this we can write quote, and inside this we can write initial property and set its opacity to 0, and for the animate we can write opacity to 1, and let's add the transition as well. Let's delay this by 0.5. Now we just have to use this quote inside this h1. Now before that, let's convert this into a framer motion component. So just write motion dot h1, and we can use this whole we can use this directly inside the h1 by using the variants. Let's pass the quote. Now inside the initial we just have to write the first property that we have defined, which is initial. So let's write initial, and for the animate let's write the animate. So this will eventually take this properties and its values, and this animate will take this values. Let's save this. I think that is spelling mistake. Let's change this to initial. Let's check this out, and you can see opacity goes from 0 to 1. Now here we will animate each word. So in this animation each word will come from down to the top. For that we will use the motion dot span, and same for this we will create variants as well. Instead of quote, let's write single word, and in this let's add y to 50. So initially we want each word down from its original position, and inside the animate we will set y to 0, and let's set the duration to 1 second. Now let's add it inside this span, write variants and pass the single word. For the initial let's write the initial, and same for the animate. Let's reload this, and the animation is happening for all the words at the same time. Now to delay this we can use one property called stagger children. Right here inside this quote, after the delay let's use the stagger children and set its time to 0.08 second. Now this property will delay each of these children by this 0.08 second. Let's save this. Let's reload this. Now instead of this opacity 0, let's keep it to 1. I think if we are using this stagger children, we don't have to initialize this. Let's save this and let's reload. Now it looks great. So our animate text is completed. Let's add 2 buttons. Now for this paragraph, let's add some classes. Set margin top and bottom to 4, text size to text base, which is the 16 pixel, set font to medium, and that's it. Let's check it out. Looks great. Now after this paragraph tag, let's add one more div, and inside this div we will add 2 buttons. Now this will be the link component. Here we will add the file name or the PDF file name that we want to download whenever someone clicks on this resume button. For that we can just set the /dummy.pdf. Now this to work, make sure you have this PDF inside this public directory, and not inside any of this folder, but outside of these folders and inside this public folder called dummy.pdf. Let's just write resume. Make sure you import link from the next/link, and after this link let's add one more link component, and inside the href we will use the mail to, and let's write your mail. Write contact. Let's save this. Now on click of the resume, it will open this dummy PDF. Now it is opening this PDF inside the same tab. So let's add the target attribute. Set target to blank. Same goes for this contact as well. Let's check it out again, and it is opening in the new tab. Let's style this. So for this div, let's set its display to flex, items to center, and self to the start of the element, and set margin top to 2. And looks great. Now for this resume, let's add the class name. Set display to flex, items to center, and let's set its background to dark and text color to light. Also let's add the padding to 2.5. Let's increase the left and right padding by using px-6. Let's make it rounded by applying the class rounded-lg, and increase the text size to text-lg. Let's set the font weight to font-semi-bold, and it looks great. Now on hover, I want to change the background color and text color as well, and for that you can use hover : write bg-light, and same for the text, write hover : text-dark. So on hover, it will change the background and text color. Let's add the border as well. set border dash solid, and for now set border dash transparent, but on hover we will set the border color from transparent to dark, and it looks great. Let's increase this border width, so just write border dash 2, and it looks great. Now also to instead of opening this PDF inside the another tab, you can also set one attribute to download this PDF. So inside this link, just use the download attribute and set it to true. Let's save this and check this out. On click of resume, it will download this PDF. Let's add one icon right here. If you go to the icons file, and here is the link arrow. So after the resume, let's add this icon. Make sure you import it from the icons file. For this icon's width, we will set the class name to width-6 and set margin left to 1. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's add the style for the contact as well. Set margin left to 4, text size increase it to large, font let's set it to medium, and let's capitalize these fonts and change the text color to dark, and let's add an underline to this text. And it looks great. Now let's create the footer as well. Let's close all these files, and inside this component create one file called footer.js, and let's import it inside the app.js file. So after the component, import the footer. Let's use the footer element, and let's import the layout as well. Now inside this layout we will display 3 things. So one is for the rights, and another is for the link, and the last one for the contact, which is going to be the link as well. Let's check it out. So here is the footer. Now let's style this. Add width to full, border dash top to 2. Let's set the border to solid and border color to dark. Here is the border. Let's set font weight to font medium, text to large. Now inside this layout, let's pass this class names. We don't want this much padding, so we will write the padding top and bottom to 8 only, and set display to flags items center, justify them space between, Now as you can see, whenever I write the class name, I am getting this suggestions because I have installed this extension which is called this Tailwind CSS Intelligence, which will give us the suggestion for different class names. So make sure you install this. So let's write justify space between and save this, and it looks great. Now instead of writes, let's write first let's get the full year. For that you can use new date dot get full year, and let's use the ampersand copy for the copyright symbol, and write all rights reserved. That's it. Now inside this link, let's use the div and add the link inside this div. We will write the build with. Let's add one symbol. You can use ampersand hearts, or you can use this symbol which starts from ampersand hash 9825, which is also a heart, but it is not the solid one. Let's add this inside this span, and let's add some classes. Set its color to text dash primary, which will make it dark pink, and let's increase its size by using text dash 2xl, and let's add the padding right and left, so px dash 1. That's it. Now inside this div, let's change its display to flex and set items to center, and it looks great. Let's just add by. We have to add space by using ampersand and BSP by code bugs. Now for the code bugs, you can add anything right here. You can add your link. I am adding my own website, which is called daydreaming.com. Let's add the underline. Now also by using Tailwind, you can also add offset between the underline and this word. So let's use underline offset to 2. Now you can see some space between this word and this line. Now let's do this same link for this say hello as well, and set its target to new tab. Let's add the underline for this say hello as well. Just copy this and paste it right here. Now our footer looks great. Now let's create that round text and hire me button. Now for that you have to create the account in the Canva. So I have already created one account inside the Canva. Just search for the Instagram post and select on the square. You can open any blank template. For now we will use this create blank Instagram post. Now here let's add the text. Let's write web developer space and dot space again, write UI/UX designer space dot space. Now for this text, let's select our fonts, and here is our font, which is the Montserrat. Let's make it bold and click on this effects and select this curve. Now we will create this curve until it reaches the whole circle. Now before that, let's increase the size to 60. Let's increase the curvature. That's it. Now you can download this. First, let's increase its size. And let's download this. Now this will be in the PNG. Now we will use this erase.bg to remove the background. So let's upload the image from the desktop. And this will remove the white background from here. Let's download the original size. Now let's convert this image into an SVG using this Adobe Express. Now I have already converted this, so which you can see in the public folder, and go to the images. Now this is the PNG file without the background, and inside the icons file you can see there is this circular text, which is the conversion of this PNG to an SVG. So we will use this. Now let's create a separate component for this hire me button. Inside the components folder, let's create one file called hireme.js, and let's import it inside the index.js file. Just add the hireme after the layout. Now inside this hireme, first let's set some classes inside this div. We are going to set its position to be fixed. Set 4 from the left and 4 from the bottom. Set its display to flex, items to center, justify to center as well. Also keep overflow to hidden. Now inside this div, let's create one more div. Now this div will be the circle, so let's add the class with the width to 48 and height to auto. Let's set its display to flex, items to center, justify it in the center, keep it relative. Now inside this div, we are going to import the circular text SVG. Let's change the color by using fill-dark, and let's check this out. And here is our SVG. Now let's spin it by using one class called animate-spin. Let's save this and check it out. Now this is really fast, so we have to slow it down. And for this, we can create a separate animation. If you check this Tailwind docs, let's write the animation and click on this customizing your theme. Now this is how we can reduce the spin. So let's copy this animation and open the Tailwind config.js file. Now after this colors, let's add the animation. Now this spin slow is going to be the class name. Now this will spin for the 3 seconds. Now let's save this and use this class spin dash slow. It is slow, but still it is a little bit faster. So let's change this to 8 seconds. And now it looks great. Now in the center of this SVG, let's add the hire me button. So open the hireme.js file, and inside this div we will add one link. Inside the href we will use mail to and write your email. For the text we will write hire me. Make sure you import the link component from the next/link. Inside the class name of this link, let's keep its display to flex, items to center, justify content to center as well. And we are going to position it to the absolute so that we can keep this button at the center. Left, right 1/2, so left is going to be 50%. From the top 1/2, and let's translate x to the 1/2 as well, but in the negative direction. Let's do the same for the y. Let's check it out. So here is the hire me. Let's give it a background color to dark and text to light. Also let's add some shadow to shadow-md, which stands for the shadow medium. And let's add the border dash solid, and for now we will keep the border dash dark. Let's save this. Let's add some width and height. So let's add width to 20 and height to 20 as well, and make it more rounded. So write rounded dash full class. This will make it circle, and it looks great. Now let's increase the font size. So write font dash semi bold, and it looks great. Let's change the styles on hover. Let's change background from dark to light, and on hover let's change text from light to dark. Let's see. Now let's add the light bulb image on the right. So open the index, and after the hire me, let's add one div. Inside this div we will use the image. This image will accept one src and alt text. Let's just write our name, and for the class name we'll keep the width to full and height to auto. Now for the src, let's import the light bulb image. So import light bulb from // public /images slash svgs slash find the miscellaneous icon. Let's copy this and paste it inside the src. Let's check this out, and it is quite big. Let's add the class inside the div. We'll keep it absolute, 8 from the right and 8 from the bottom as well. Set its display to inline block and set its width to 24. So width dash 24, which means width equal to 6 rem, and it looks great. That's it for this home page. Now let's create this about page. Now let's open the pages folder and create one page called about.js, and let's create this snippet. Now first let's add the head element from the next/head and add the title. Let's add the name and pipe and write about page. You can also add description by using a meta, and for the name just write description, and for the content you can write any description you want for this page. This will help you to achieve good SEO for your portfolio. Let me just close this. Now let's start with the main element. Here we will import the animated text component, and for the text let's use this file and just copy this, which says passion fuels purpose, and let's save this. It looks great. Let's add some classes. We want the display to flex, width to full, and flex direction to column. Let's set items to center and justify to center as well. Now let's add this animated text inside the layout component. Make sure you import it. And it looks great, but we don't want this extra padding here, so let's remove it. In the layout, pass the class name and set padding top to 16, and now it looks great. Now let's create one div to store the details, profile image and numbers. So after the animated text, let's write one div. And let's add some class. We will use CSS grid. For that, just write grid and keep it width to full. We will use 8 columns, so write grid dash calls dash 8. This will create the 8 column layout, and we will set grid gap to 16. So for the first div, where we will store all the information about yourself, so let's just write h2 and set its title to biography, or you can also write about me or something like that. Let's set its class, set margin bottom to 4 Let's increase the text to large, set font to bold, and make it uppercase. Also, let's not set whole text totally dark, so we will use the opacity. Let's set it to 75. So as you can see here, this will set this opacity of this dark color to 0.75. Let's save this, and it looks good. Now for this div, let's add some classes. This detail should cover 3 columns, so we will write col dash span dash 3 and set display to flex, flex direction to column, set items to item start, and justify all the item to start as well. That's it. Now after the h2, let's add the paragraph. Now for all this text, you can go to this pages.txt, and here are all the paragraph. Let's paste them right here. For each paragraph, I am creating the paragraph tag. Let's add some class name. Set font to medium. Same for this paragraph as well. Also for the middle paragraph, let's give it a margin top and bottom to 4, so my-4. Let's save this. And looks great. Let's add some margin to the bottom of this text. For that, we can add the class name inside this animated text. Margin bottom to 16, and looks great. That's it. Now let's add the profile image. So after this div, let's add one more div where we will add the profile picture. Let's use the image from the next/image. We will add the src. For the alt tag, you can just write your name. For the class name, we will keep its width to full, height to auto, and we'll make it rounded to, let's say, 2 XL. Let's import this image. Import profile pic from public /images/profile/ select the pic2. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now for this div, let's set the class name. This div will also occupy the 3 columns, so write col dash span dash 3. Let's keep its position to relative. We'll set height to max, and this will be also rounded to 2 XL. Let's set the border dash 2, border solid, and border dark. Also, let's set the background of this image to light, set padding to 8. That's it. Let's save this, and looks great. Now let's add this darker border on this right and bottom of this image. For that we will add one more div here. Let's make it self-closing div and we'll add some class names. We will keep this div absolute and 0 from the top and -3 from the right. So for that you can just write minus right dash 3 and let's keep its z index to -10, so minus z minus 10. Let's set its width to, instead of 100%, we will increase its width so that we can see it on the sides. So let's keep 102% and same for the height. Let's increase the height to 3%, so 103. Let's make it rounded up to 2 pixels and set the background to dark. Let's save this and it looks great, but let's change this radius. So instead of rounded 2 pixels, let's try to rem, and it looks great. It looks like a 3D. That's it for this profile image. Now let's add this numbers. Before this div, let's create one more div. This div will have one more div which will contain one span tag. Let's just write 50 plus, and after this span let's use the h2 and let's write satisfied clients. Let's create 2 more divs. Let's write 40 plus projects completed and 4 plus years of experience. That's it. First let's give style to this main div. Let's set call span to 2. This div should only occupy 2 columns. Let's set display to flex, flex direction to column, items to the end, and justify space between. Let's save this. Let's increase the size. For this div, let's set its display to flex, flex direction to column, items to end, and justify to center. Let's use the same classes for both of this div. And now it's aligned to the right. Let's increase this size of these numbers. Set its display to inline block. Let's increase the text size to up to 7 pixels and change the font weight to font dash bold. That's it. Let's apply this for all the numbers and it looks great. Also let's add some class in this h2 element. Let's increase the text size to text dash XL, font weight to medium. Let's capitalize this and set text color to text -dark /75 opacity. Let's save this, copy this and paste in the other H2 elements. Let's check it out. Now for this number, let's create a separate component. Let's create const animated numbers. Here we will pass the value, and this will return this span element. So first let's use the useRef. We'll connect this ref with the span so that we can access this element. Now we are going to use 3 hooks provided by the framer motion. So first will be the motion value. The hook is use motion value, and we'll pass 0 initially. And the next is the use spring. For that, let's write the variable name called spring value, and let's import the use spring. Now this use spring hook will first take the initial value. For initial value, we will pass the motion value and an configuration object where we can pass different options such as duration of the animation. Let's keep it to 3 seconds, so 3000 milliseconds. And one more hook is for the use in view. So let's write is in view, and let's import the use in view hook. Now this hook will help us to run the animation when the element is in view. When the element is in view of the viewport, so this hook will accept the element. So let's write ref. Now let's see what are these 3 hooks that framer motion provides. So first let's go to the documentation. Let's go to the overview, and here is the use motion value. So as it says, by manually creating the motion values, we can set and get their state, pass it to the multiple components to synchronize motion across them, and chain motion value. Instead of this use motion value, we could use a simple use state hook, but there is some benefits, so that's why we are going to use use motion value. So initially it is a 0, and next is the use spring. Now use spring, as it says, a motion value that animates to its target with a spring. So spring is a type of animation, and as mentioned here, the spring takes initial value x, which is a motion value, and if we set this value, let's say x.set, let's say 50, then it will animate from 0 to 50. So that's why we are going to use useSpring, and another one is the use in view. So it is a simple state hook for when an element is within the viewport. Let's write the use effect. Make sure you import it. So first we will check if element is in view. If this returns true, then we will set this motion value to the passed value, which can be 50, 40 or 4. So let's write motion value dot set, and inside this brackets let's pass the value. So it will set the value so that our element can animate from 0 to this value. Also in the dependency, let's pass the use in view and also value. Let's pass this motion value as well, so any changes happen in this 3 will trigger this code. Now let's create the second use effect. Now in this use effect we will use the spring value. Now on spring value dot on change event, we will pass a callback. Now this callback will give us the latest value. So first let's just log the value. Use console.log and pass latest, and inside this dependency we will use the spring value and value. Let's just use this component instead of this numbers. Let's pass the 50 as the value, and let's save this. I think there is some mistake. This ref should not be inside the brackets, so let's remove this, and let's check this out again, and we are getting this latest value, which is from 0 to 50. So let's update this value. We will set the condition if ref is there, which means element is already mounted, and latest let's use to fixed 0, so it will not show us the fraction values, which is less than or equal to value. Then we will change the ref.current.text content to the latest to fixed 0. Let's save this, and it is working great. That's it. So let's use this for all these numbers. Let's pass value as 40, and in here let's pass the 4. And it is working great. Now let's add one more thing. We don't want this to animate every time someone scroll down or up, so that's why we will add one option inside this use in view hook, which says only once, and set it to true. So it will not animate multiple times, and it will animate only for once when the page is loaded. That's it. Now let's create the skills. For that, let's go to the components folder and create one file called skills.js, and let's import it inside this about.js page, inside the layout. Let's close other tabs and just open the skills. Make sure you add the React fragments Let's add the title inside the h2 tag. Let's write skills, and in the class name, let's increase the font weight to font bold, text size to 8 XL, and margin top to 64, and width to full, and set text to center. Now after this h2 tag, let's create one more div. Let's add the class name, set width to full and height to screen. Now h-screen class will give height of 100 viewport height, and let's keep it its position to relative, and let's set display to flex, items to center, and justify to center as well, and let's make it rounded to full. And here is our skills section. Now let's create that web pattern right here. Now for that we are going to use repeating radial gradient. So let's check out this MDN documentation. Now this repeating radial gradient is a CSS function that creates an image consisting of repeating gradients that radiate from an origin, just like this. So this function takes different colors and position. So let's try different settings. Now in our case, we are going to use black and white colors. So let's write RGBA 000, and for the opacity use 0.4. Now for the second color, we are going to use the shade of white, which is F5, 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 and let's set it for up to 5 pixels. Now let's add one more white shade with F5, F5, and F5, and let's increase it to 100 pixels. And this looks good. Let's increase the size of the black color to 2 pixels. Let's copy this. Let's see how we can implement this inside our application in the Tailwind CSS. Open the Tailwind config file, and after this animation, let's use background image, and let's create one variable called circular and light. Now light is for the light theme. We will create another for the dark theme. So we have 3 colors. One is black up to 2 pixels, white up to 5, and another white shade for the up to 100 pixels. Let's save this. Let's use this variable. Now inside this div, just write bg and variable name, which is circular light. Let's save this, and it looks great. If you remove this rounded full, you can see this full gradient. We don't want the full, so that's why we are going to use rounded dash full. Now let's start adding skills. First, let's add one div, and inside this div, we'll add the web. Let's add the class name. Set display to flex, items to center, justify to center as well. Let's make it more circle, so rounded dash full. Set font to semi bold, and margin set background to dark and text to light. Let's save this. Let's increase the padding. So set padding to 8. And let's add the shadow of dark color. Looks great. Now let's add on hover effect. Now for this we are going to use the motion from the framer motion. So let's use this motion for this div. Just write motion.div, and we will use the while hover property. So while hover, we will scale this to 1.05. Let's check it out. Looks great. Let's change the cursor to pointer, and it looks great. Now let's add all the skills. Now we are going to add multiple skills. For that, let's create an individual component called skill. Now this skill will take 3 arguments: name of the skills, position on the x-axis, and position on the y-axis. So let's return. Now we are going to style the skills same as this web. So let's just copy this, paste it right here, and let's save this. Now instead of web, we are going to pass the name. Let's use the skill. For the name, let's pass the CSS, and for the x-axis, I'm going to use the viewport width. So just pass -5 viewport width, and for the y, pass -10 viewport width. Let's see how this looks. Okay, side by side, but we are going to make this absolute, and then we are going to change its position. So let's set the skills to absolute, and instead of padding -8, let's set padding top and bottom up to 3, and padding left and right to 6. Now CSS is on top of the web. So let's see how we can set the position. So we are going to use the initial prop, and initially let's set x to 0 and y to 0 as well. Now on animate, we will change its position to the x that comes from the props, and same for the y. Let's add the transition value. For the duration, let's keep it to 1.5 seconds. Let's save this, and as you can see, the CSS skills is away from the center. Let's add more skills. Let's add the HTML. Set 20 viewport width away from the x-axis and 2 viewport width away from the y-axis. Now these are all the values that I have set by experimenting different values. So you can either copy this or you can add any custom value you like. So let's add all of the skills. Now let's save this and check it out. And this looks great. Let's change the position of this HTML element on the left. Set to 22 viewport width. Let's set it to 25. And it looks great. Now on scroll, I want to animate all the skills from the center to this positions. Now for that, let's use while in view instead of this animate. Let's save this. And whenever I scroll down and whenever the skills are in view, it will animate from the center to their own position. Now if you only want to animate the skills only for once, then you can add viewport and add once to true. So this will not animate every time you scroll down, only for once. As you can see here. Now the skill component is completed. So let's create the experiment component. Create one file called experience.js. Let's import it in the about.js file after the skills. Now inside this div, let's add the class. Let's set margin top and bottom to 64. And same as we did for the skills, let's create the title. And let's add the class inside this h2 element. Change font weight to font dash bold. Increase the text size. Set margin bottom to 32. Width to full and text to center. Let's save this. And here is the experience. Now after this title, let's create one div. Inside this div, we will use UL elements, and inside this another list, we will add few li elements with the details. First, let's add some class inside this div. Let's set width to full, or let's keep it to 75 because we want all the details to be seen in the center. Let's set width to 75, margin left and right to auto, and set position to relative. Now for this li element, we are going to have 4 to 5 elements. So instead of creating all this individually, let's create a component called details, and this component will accept few data such as position, company link, time, address, and work. And in this details component, we will return the li element. Inside this li element, let's use one div, and inside this div, let's add one h3 element where we will use the position, current position of your experience. And inside this h3, let's give one space by using ampersand and BSP, and let's use anchor link. Here we will use @ and company name, and in place of href we will use the company link. After the h3, let's use the span tag inside the span tag, first we will display the time, then a pipe symbol, then the address. After the span, let's use the paragraph tag where we will display the work details. Now let's copy this, and instead of this li, let's use the details component. Now for all the text, you can open the pages.txt file. If you want to open this menu, just click on Ctrl+P and write pages.txt file. Now in this experience, let's copy this, and inside the details, paste it right here. Now we will need position, company, company link, time, address, and work. So for the position, let's use software engineering. For the company, let's use Google. In the time, paste this one, and for the address, let's use this and cut this out and paste it for the work. Now for the company link, let's write www.google.com. Let's save this, and here is the details. Let's style this details. Now in the li tag, let's add class name. Let's set margin top and bottom to 8. We don't need any margin for the first and the last element, so set first margin top to 0, and for the last, margin bottom to 0. Now set its width to 60%, set margin left and right to auto, set display to flex, and flex direction to flex-column, set items to center, and justify space between. Now for this div, we don't need to add any style. Let's go to the h3 tag. Let's capitalize, set font weight to font dash bold, set text size to 2XL. That's it. Now for the span, let's use capitalize again, set font to medium, and set text to dark, but not total dark, so we will add opacity by just writing /75. So this will add an 0.75 opacity to this dark color. Let's save this, and for the paragraph, let's set the font weight to medium and width to full. And this looks great. Now for this link, let's add target blank, and for the class name, let's change the text color to text dash primary and capitalize it. Let's save this, and this looks great. Let's add more details. For now, let's just copy this and paste it for a few more times. 3, 4, and 5. Let's save this, and looks great. And let's add some class in the UL as well. Set its width to full, display to flex, flex direction to column, items to, and justify, space between, set margin left to 4. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's add line on the left side. For that we are going to use div. Make sure you place that div before the UL element. So just write div. Let's make it self-closing. Add the class name, set absolute position, and set left 8 from the left and 0 from the top. Set width to 4 pixel and height to full. Let's set dark background and origin from the top. Let's save this. So here is the line. Now let's animate this line. So for that we are going to use the useScroll hook. So let's check the documentation for the framer motion. Let's go to the useScroll. Now this will create a scrolling animation with useScroll hook. So let's import it from the framer motion. Also let's import the motion as well. Now as per the documentation, useScroll returns 4 motion values: scroll x and y, scroll x progress, and y progress. So x and y returns the absolute scroll position in pixels, while the scroll x and y progress returns the scroll position between the defined offset as a value between 0 to 1. Here we will use scroll y progress. So let's get it out from the useScroll hook. Right, scroll y progress, useScroll. In this hook we have to set the target of the element that we want to measure the scroll y progress. So inside this, let's add curly braces and add target. For the target we will use useRef. So let's import it from React and let's initialize this. We will target this ref element, and in this case we will set this ref to this div. So this hook will monitor the scroll in this div. After the target we will use one more option called offset. Let's check its documentation. Open the scroll offsets. So offset is an array of at least 2 intersections, and intersection describes a point when the target and container meet. So if we write start and end, which means the start of the target meets the end of the container. So in our case, let's write offset. We want the start of the target to meet the end of the container, and also the center of the target element should be aligned with the top edge of the viewport. So write start. Let's save this and let's use this scroll y progress inside this div. Let's use motion.div. For this div we will use the style, so just write style, and we will use the scale y because we want to increase or decrease this line on the y-axis. So the value of scale y will be the scroll y progress. So let's save this, and as you can see on scroll this line is increasing to downwards and on the other direction as well. So this is how you can use the uScrollHook and scroll y progress value. Now let's create the li icon, the circles right here. For that let's create one component. Inside the components folder create one file called liicon.js. Let's import this icon inside the details component. So before this div, let's import the li icon. Let's save this. Now for this icon we will use the figure element. Inside this figure let's create an SVG with width of 75 and height of 75 as well. Let's set the view box to 0, 0 and 100, 100. Now inside this SVG we will create 3 circles. So let's create one circle. Let's copy this and paste it for 2 more times. Now this circle will have attribute which is cx and cy. Now the cx and cy attributes define the x and y coordinates of the center of the circle. So for the cx we will keep the 75 for the x coordinate, and for the y coordinate we will use the 50. Now let's define the radius as well. For this circle we will keep the radius to 20. Let's copy this and paste in both of these circles. Let's save this, and as you can see we have these circles on top of the details. Let's add some class in the figure. Let's keep its position to absolute and set left to 0. Also let's keep the stroke color to stroke-dark. Let's save this. Now for the circles let's add the class name. For the first circle let's change the color of the stroke to stroke-primary and keep the stroke width to 1, and we will set fill to none. Let's save this. Let's copy this class name in the second and third circle as well. Now for this second circle we don't need this stroke primary, and not for the third circle as well. Let's fill the second circle with the fill light, and for the third circle we will change fill color to primary. Now let's decrease this radius for this third circle to 10, and let's save this. And here are our circles. Now let's change the width of the stroke for the second circle to, let's say, 5 pixel, and it looks great. Now let's add motion to this circle. Write motion.circle. Make sure you import the motion from the framer motion. Now again we will use the useScroll hook. So let's just copy this and paste it right here. Make sure you import this useScroll hook. Now for this ref, we have to get it from right here. We will use li element as the reference element. So let's declare one useRef. We will use this li element as our target. Let's attach this ref. And also pass this ref as a reference inside this li icon. Let's get the reference from here, and for the target we will set this reference. Now for the offset, the target element's center should match with the start or that's the end of the container. And for the second intersection point, let's just use center. Now let's see how we can use scroll Y progress. For the center circle, let's use style, and inside this style use path length, and use the scroll by progress. Let's save this. Now as you can see on scroll, the circle is completing itself and it looks great. Now let's animate this third circle. For that we just have to write one class called animate-pulse. And as you can see, there is an animation applied. It is increasing and decreasing the opacity. Now the circles are a bit on the right side. Let's check them. So circles are on the right side of the SVG. So let's rotate them. Inside the SVG, let's add one class name, negative rotate to 90 degree. Also let's shift this line a bit on the right. So inside the experience, here instead of left -8, let's increase it to 9. And this looks great. Also let's animate this content. So whenever we scroll down, it should go up. Let's open the details component and we will use motion in this div. So just write motion.div. Now inside this div, for the initial props, let's pass y equal to 50. So first, initially we want to move this div downwards, and while in view we will move it to the original position, which is y equal to 0, and let's add some transition as well. Let's set the duration to 0.5 seconds, and let's set the type of the transition, type of the animation to spring. Let's save this and check this out. Now on scroll, the content is moving upward and it looks great. Now let's do same for the education. So just copy this whole code and create one component called education.js. Let's paste it here. Also change this name from experience to education. Let's export this component. Now we have to change a bit detail for the education. Let's remove all this, and this details of the education component will accept the type, time, place and info. So instead of this position, let's set it to type. Let's remove this link, we don't need it anymore. Inside the span, let's keep the time as it is and set the place in place of the address and info in place of the work. Now for the data, let's go to this pages.txt file. Just go down here, copy this and let's use it in this details. So we are going to use the type, time, place and info. Let's remove this. For the type, just copy and paste this one. Let's copy this inside the time, and for the place, let's select this and let's copy this inside the info. Let's copy this for 2 more times, and don't forget to import this education inside the about page. So after the experience, write education and here is the education. So the about page is completed. Next, let's create the projects page. Let me close these tabs. Now let's create one page called the projects inside this pages folder. Let's open the about.js and copy the head element. Make sure you add the React fragments. Let's import this head from the next/head and change this to projects page. Now inside this project, let's start with the main element. Let's import the layout, and inside the layout we will use the animated text. Now inside this animated text, let's add the text from the pages.txt file. Just copy this. Make sure this text is inside this project page. Let's paste it right here. Let's save this. And it looks great. Let's decrease a bit padding top. Let's keep it 16. Also add some class in the main as well. Let's keep the width to full, margin bottom to 16, display to flex, and flex direction to flex column, set items to center, and justify to center as well. Now it looks good. Now inside the layout, after the animated text, we will display featured project, and before that let's add the grid layout. So write div, and for this div we will use the grid, and there will be total 12 columns. So write grid dash call dash calls dash 12, and let's add gap of 24 between x and y. Let's save this. Now for this tutorial I'm going to show only few projects, but if you want you can change the grid layout. So for the first div, let's show the featured project. Now this project will get the all 12 columns. So in the class name add call dash span dash 12. Let's copy this. Now in the second row we are going to show two projects side by side, so just paste it right here. Instead of call span 12, let's use call span dash 6. Let's just write project dash 1. On the side of this project we will display project dash 2. Let's save this. So the feature project will cover all 12 columns, while the project 1 and project 2 will only cover the 6 columns. So after project 2 let's display one more featured project, and then other two projects. Let's name it as 3 and 4. Now let's create this feature project component. For that let's create featured project. Now this feature project component will have props such as type, title, summary, image, link, and GitHub link. And instead of div, let's use the article. So inside this article let's add one link. Make sure you import it from next/link. And for the href, let's use the link prop and set target to blank. Now inside this link we will add the image. Make sure you import this image component from the next/image. Let's set the src of the image by using the prop, and for the alt you can use the title of the project. For the class name, let's set the width to full and height to auto. Now after this image we will add one more div. Now this div will have one span element which shows the type of the project. After the span, let's add one more link. Let's just copy this, and instead of image we will use the h2. for the title. So after the link, let's add summary inside the paragraph. And let's add one more div to showcase links. So the first will be the link for the GitHub. Let's copy this, paste it right here. Let's import the GitHub icon from the icons file and close the link as well. Instead of this link, let's use the GitHub prop. After this link, let's add one more link which says visit the project. This will use normal link. Let's save this and add this component inside this div. Now for all the data, you can use this pages.txt file. Let's copy this and paste it right here. We'll use this as the title of the project. And let's copy this, add it to the summary. For the link, I'm just adding the slash, and for the type, let's add the featured project. Let's save this. And we have failed prop type. I think we forgot to add one prop. So we have to add image. Now for the image, let's import the project image from the public folder. Let's import project 1 from public slash images slash projects slash, let's set this crypto screener cover and copy this project 1 and add in the image. Let's check it again. We have type, title, summary, image, link, and GitHub. Again for the GitHub, I'm just adding the slash. Later you can add your own links right here. Let's save this. And the image is too big, but we have yet to style this. So let's go to the article and let's add some classes. Set width to full, display to flex, items in the center, and justify space between. Also let's make it rounded. So just write rounded dash up to 3XL. Let's add border as well. Border type to solid and border color to dark. Let's add background bg-light and shadow 2XL. Let's save this. And so here is our featured project. Now let's style this link. Now this link should only occupy the half of the space, so let's keep its width to width dash 1/2, which means 50%. and set cursor to pointer. Let's set overflow to hidden and rounded up to large, so -lg. Let's save this. And here is the image. Now let's style this div. Let's keep its width to half as well. Set width to set display to flex and flex direction to column, items to the start, justify space between, set padding left to 6. Now for the span, let's change the text color to primary and font weight to medium, and let's increase the text size to XL. Let's save this, and now it looks better. Let's style the title in this paragraph. Now for this H2, let's set margin top and bottom to 2, width to full, and text to the left. Let's increase text size up to 4XL. Set font weight to font bold. That's it. Let's add the underline on hover on this title. Let's add class name to the link on hover. Let's add the underline. Also, let's set the underline offset to 2. Let's check it out, and it looks better. Now for the paragraph, let's add classes. Set margin top and bottom to 2. Let's set the font weight to medium and text to dark. And it looks great. Let's add padding on this featured project. Let's go to the article and add padding to 12. And now looks much better. Let's style this link. For this div, set the class name, set margin top to 2, display flex and items to center. Now for this link, let's give the width up to 10. Let's save this. Now it looks better. Now instead of this visit project, let's add a background around this text. Let's add the margin left to 4. Let's make it rounded as well. Background to dark, text to light. Let's set padding to 2 and padding X and Y to 6. Increase the text to text-lg and font weight to semi-bold. Let's save this, and it looks great. Let's increase the space between this project and the title. So go down, and inside the animated text, let's add the class name. Set margin bottom to, let's keep it to 16. Now it looks better. Now let's create a different component for this project 1, 2, 3 and 4. So same as this featured project, let's create one more. Let's name it as a project. Now this project will also have title, type, image, link and GitHub link. So let's add these elements. Let's use the article, and inside this article we'll add the link. Let's copy this from right here. Copy everything from the article and paste it inside this project component. Now for the link, it will take full width, so let's use width-full. Same goes for this div. Let's keep its width to full, and instead of visit project, just keep the visit. Let's save this and use this component. Let's copy this and paste it right here. And instead of feature project, we will just write the project. Let's save this. Let's remove this summary. Now inside this project component, let's remove this paragraph tag, and also let's add classes inside this article. Add width to full, display to flex, items to center, and justify to center as well. Let's make it rounded up to 2XL, and let's add the border type to solid, border color to dark. Also let's add the background color to bg-light and padding of 6. Also let's set its position to relative. Now instead of this, we want to display the image, and after that we will display all the details. So let's add flex-call. Let's style all this. Now inside this div, instead of padding left, let's remove this and add margin top to 4. Let's save this, and now it looks good. Let's decrease the title size from 4XL to 3XL, and let's not keep background color for this visit, and padding as well. Also let's remove this text-light and rounded-lg. Let's switch this GitHub and visit. So just cut this and paste it above the GitHub, and also let's add justify to space between. Let's save this. I think we have to add the width. So let's set width to full, and it looks great. Now for the GitHub, let's decrease its width from 10 to 8. Also add space here, and I think that is the margin left, so let's remove this. Let's add underline for this visit. So just write underline, and that's it. And this project component is completed. So let's use both of these components. Now copy this featured project and paste it right here. And same for this. Let's copy this project and paste right here. And in both of this div. And it looks great. Now for all this different project data, you can add your own projects and images. Now let's add dark border for this project. So we are going to use the same div which we have used right here for the profile picture. So let's go to the about page and go to the profile page section, which is right here, and just copy this div before this profile image, and inside the featured project, let's paste it right here after the article. Let's set the relative. So inside the article, write the class called relative. Now as you can see, we have to adjust its width and height as well. So for this div, let's keep the top 0, right 3, and for the width, let's decrease it to 101%, and let's keep the height to 103, and let's change its radius to 2.5 from 2 rem, and let's save this, and it looks good. Now for this corner, let's add some adjustments. So the corner is at the bottom right, so we will use the class rounded-br, stands for the bottom right corner, and we will decrease its radius from 3xl to 2xl, and let's decrease the width of this div. So write rounded-bottom right, and let's keep it to 3xl. Save this, and it looks great. Now let's add this for all these cards. So first, let's copy this div and paste it inside the project after the article. Now this project card is smaller than the feature card, so we have to make some adjustments. So let's decrease the radius from 2.5 to 2 rem. Let's save this, and it looks great. Let's increase the gap between these cards. So we will only increase the gap of the y-axis. Let's go to right here. Now write gap dash y dash 32. Let's save this, and now it looks better. So our project page is completed. Let's create the articles page. Let's create one file called the articles inside the pages folder. Now if you are new to Nextjs and don't know how the routing is configured, so you just have to make any changes inside this pages directory, then Nextjs will handle the routing part. So whenever we create any new page inside this pages folder, it will create its a separate route, and for its route's name, it will choose the name of this file. So that is why we are keeping the name of these files as the route name that we want to set. So for this article, let's open the about page first and copy the head part. Let's use the React fragments and import the head from the next/head. Let's change it to articles page. After the head, let's start with the main element and import the layout, and let's use the animated text component. Now for this text, let's open the pages.txt file, go down right here and copy this, which says words can change the world. Now for the class name, let's add the margin bottom to 16. That's it. Let's save this and open the articles page, and it looks great. Let's remove this padding top. Let's keep the padding top to 16 only, and now it looks better. Now after this animated text, let's use the UL. Now inside this UL, we will add featured article, or you can say latest article -1, and here is the second article. Let's add class name for the main. Let's set width to full, margin bottom to 16, display to flex, and flex direction to column. Set items to center and justify them in the center as well, and set overflow to hidden. Now for this UL, we will use grid again. So write grid, and we will only use 2 columns. Let's set gap to 16. That's it. Now same as we did for the projects folder, we will also create a featured article component. So let's create one, featured article. Now this component will accept the image of the blog or article, title, time it takes to read the article, summary, and the link of the article. Now let's return an li element. Now in this li element, we are going to place the image inside the link, so same as we did for the projects. So let's open projects.js file, and inside this feature project, let's copy this link. Let's remove this 1/2. Let's set its width to full, and let's import this link and image as well. Now after this link, let's add one more link. For the href, we will use the link prop. Let's set target to new tab, so just write blank, and inside this link we will use the h2 element to show the title. let's add class. First, let's capitalize this title and set text size to 2XL and font to bold, margin top and bottom to 2. That's it. Now after this title, let's use the paragraph tag after this link, and inside this paragraph we will add the summary. So let's add the class for the summary. Set text size to text-sm, which stands for the small, and margin bottom to 2. And now inside this span element we will add the time, which is the reading time. Let's change this color to text-primary and set font dot dash semi bold. Let's save this and check it out. Now before that, we have to add this featured article in place of this li element. Now for all the details, let's go to the pages.txt file and copy this and paste it right here. So this is the title, and we have the summary. Here is the reading time, and for the link, let's just add slash. So we have image, title, time, summary, and link. Let's import the image. Let's name it as article 1 from public slash images slash articles, and select any of this image. Let me see the title. It is a pagination component, so let's select this image. Let's pass this image by using the image prop and save this. We have to add some classes for this li element, so let's go right here. Now we have used the grid to showcase these li elements, and so each li element will occupy one column. So just write col dash span dash 1, set width to full, padding to 4, and background to light. Let's set border, so border type to solid, and border color to dark. Also let's make it rounded up to 2XL. Let's save this, and now it looks much better. Let's paste it for one more time in place of this li element. Let's save this. I think there is some mistake. Let me check. We have grid call. Actually it should be calls. Let's check it again, and now it looks better. Now on hover, let's add the underline for the title right here. Now go to the h2 element right here, and on hover let's add the underline. Save it, and it looks better. Now for this image, let's add some effect like scale up or scale down. Let me add one more image. Let's select this, and instead of article 1, let me pass this second image. Let's make this image rounded. So go to this link. Now here let's change the display to inline block. We have rounded and overflow hidden. So now this should make the image rounded. And here we have. Now on hover, let's scale up or scale down this image. We will use framer motion. And to use framer motion in a component, we have to define its own component. So just write framer image and make sure you keep the capital letter of this variable. And let's use the motion, and inside the motion let's add the image. So this will help us to use framer motion on this image component. So instead of image, we will use this framer image. Make sure you import the motion from framer motion. So now we can use the initial and animate properties. Let's use the while hover. Now inside this hover, let's scale up the image to 1.05. And let's change the transition. So add duration to up to 0.2. Let's save this. And it looks better. Now we have images in the project as well. So let's add this effect. Copy this. Go to the projects. Paste it right here. And import the motion, and let's copy both of these properties. So inside the image, and instead of this image, we will use the framer image. Let's do the same for this project component as well. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this. It looks better. Now here in this article, let's add that dark border on the right and the bottom. For that, we can directly use the one div inside this project component. Let's copy this and paste it right after the li. Let's save this. Again, we have to add the relative position. And it looks great. Now these featured articles are completed. Let's add all the other articles. So after this UL, let's add one title which says all articles, and let's add class names. Set font weight to bold and text size to 4XL, set width to full and text to center. Also let's add margin top and bottom to 16. Let's add more margin on the top and for this title as well. So let's add margin top to 32, and for the featured article, let's open this H2 and let's add margin top to 4 as well. Now it looks much better. Now let's create a component for this article which only contains two items. One is the title and another is the reading time, or let's place the date instead of reading time. Let's create an article component. Make sure you keep the capital letter. Now this article component will have image, title, date and a link. Now we will show this image when someone hovers on the title. Let's use the li element. Inside this li, we will use the h2 tag to show the title, and after the h2, let's use the span tag to show the date. Also, instead of this h2, let's add a link. Set link to the href and set target to blank, which will open this in the new tab, and inside this link we will add the title. Let's use this article. So after the h2, let's use ul again. This article will take the title, image, date and link. Let's go to the pages.txt. Let's copy this. Now for the date, we can add any date. So let's add today's date, which is March 22, 2023. For the link, I'm just writing slash for now, and for the image, let's import it from the public folder. Let's import article 3 from public / images / articles, and let's select the second one. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now let's add multiple articles. So copy this and paste it for a few times. Let's save this. And here are all the articles. So let's style this. Now inside the li, let's add the class. Set position to relative, width to full, padding 4, and padding top and bottom to 6, margin top and bottom to 4. Let's make it rounded. So rounded up to Excel. Set display to flex and items to center. And let's justify the space between, and set background to light, text to dark. Now for the first article, we won't need any margin, so we will keep the first colon margin top to 0. Let's add the border type to solid and border color to dark. Let's save this. Okay, now it looks much better. Now let's add darker border on the right and bottom. For that, we won't use div, but instead just use the border. So write border dash R, which stands for the right. Let's increase its width to 4, and same for the border dash bottom dash 4. Let's save this, and it looks great. Let's add the class for the title, capitalize, increase the text size to XL, change font weight to semi-bold. On hover, we will add the underline. Let's save this, and it is much better. Now for this date, let's change its color. So let's add a class inside this pan tag. Set text to primary color, font to semi-bold, and let's add my padding left to 4. Let's save this, and it looks much better. Now let's see how we can display the image when someone hovers on this title, and this image should also follow the pointer. Let's create a separate component for it. Let's name it as moving image. Here we will use this link. So this will accept title, image, and link. Now I am using this moving image as a separate component instead of inside the article component, because we are going to use multiple states and which can re-render this component, and we don't want to re-render this article multiple times. So that's why it is better to separate this animation logic inside this individual component. So inside this moving image, let's copy this and return it, and here we will add this component. For the props, let's pass the title, image, and the link. Let me format this. Now we will use the image after this title, so let's add the image. For the src, let's pass the image, and inside the alt you can add the title. Also let's add the class names. So let's keep width to 96 and height to auto. Also let's make it hidden for now, and we will set its position to absolute, and let's make it rounded up to LG. Let's save this, and let's see how we can obtain the position of the cursor. First, let's define some value for the X. Let's use motion value hook and initialize it with the 0. Let's do the same for the Y as well. Let's create one useRef. Make sure you import it from the React. Let's name it as ImageRef, and inside this let's add null. Let's attach this ref with the image. Now we will create two functions. So the first function will be the handle mouse, this function, will give us an event object, and then we will use this event object. So for now, let's just log the console.log event.pageX, which will return the cursor position on the x-axis. Let's copy this and create one more function. Now this function will be called when the arrow leave the title, so we can hide the image again. Let's change its name to handle mouse leave. Sorry, this is not the arrow function, it's just a force of habit. Let me copy this, and inside the link we will add these functions. So we will use the on mouse move attribute, and let's attach this function. And for the handle mouse leave function, we will use on mouse leave. Let's save this and let's check it out. Open the console. Now as you can see here, whenever I hover on this title, we are getting the x-axis coordinate of this pointer. So for now it is the 375. So let's use it. Let's remove this log. Now inside the handle mouse, first we will set the display of the image to inline blocks, because for now we have image hidden. So write image ref dot current dot style dot display to inline block, and then let's set this use motion value x dot set, and we will use the event dot page x. And now for the y, we are not going to use any event, but let's display the image a little bit down of the arrow. So just write -10. Now for this function, we will again hide the image. So set the display from inline block to none, and set x value to 0 and y value to 0 as well. That's it. Now let's see how we can use this use motion values. So we are going to use this framer image again instead of this simple image component, and inside this let's use the style and pass the x value and y value as well. Let's save this and check it out. Now as you can see, we have to increase the Z index of the image. So let's add one class z-10, save this, and it looks great. Let me add multiple images. Let's use this article 4 and 5 image right here. And it looks great. Let's add the opacity for this image. For that we can use the while in view and set opacity to 1, and let's add transition property inside this transition. Add duration to 0.2 seconds, and initially let's set the opacity to 0. Let's save this, and now it looks better. Let's add the effect on this individual article elements, so that whenever we scroll down, it moves from down to up. Now instead of this li, let's add the motion.li. Here initially let's set the y to downwards. Let's keep it 200, and when in view we will set y to 0, and for the transition let's add duration of 0.5 second, and let's set ease function to is in out. Now we want this to animate only for once when someone scrolls down, and not the in the other direction. So let's set the viewport and add once to true. Let's save this, and when scroll down, it is coming up. Let's reload this, and it looks great. So the article page is completed. Now let's add the dark theme. Now for this dark theme, let's create one hook. Let me close all this, and inside this component let's create one folder called hooks, and inside this folder let's create one hook. Write useThemeSwitcher.js, and make sure the name of this hook is start from the use keyword. Let's save this, and first let's define the one media CSS media feature. So just write const preferDarkQuery. So this is a media query that we are going to use to check the user preference. For that you can use this CSS feature called prefer color scheme. Just write prefer color theme scheme, and let's set it to dark as default, and we can use this media query just like this. Just type the name and write dot matches. If this media query will match, it will return true or it will return false. So this prefer color schema is a CSS feature. It is used to detect if a user has requested light or dark color themes, and it is based on the user preference and their operating system settings. And next we will need one state, so let's name it as mode state and set mode. Let's import the useState hook from React, and initially let's set it to an empty string. Now let's use one use effect. Let's use this media query. So define one variable called media query, and here we will use the window dot match media, and let's pass this preferDarkQuery variable This is how we will use this media query. And also we are going to store the user preference in local storage as well. So let's create one variable called user preference set window dot local storage dot get item, and let's give it a name as theme. Now whenever we see any change in this media query, so we will add an event listener, and this event listener will listen for any change. Then it will call the handle change function. So let's create this handle change function. Now in this function, first let's check if there is user preference, which means there is already a variable called theme inside the local storage. If it is true, then we will check. So let me just add this variable called check, and in this variable let's write a condition. If user preference is equal to dark, then we will set the dark theme, else we will set the light theme. So this check will store the value based on this condition. Let's set mode with the check. Now to use the dark theme in Tailwind CSS, we are going to add dark class inside the HTML. So let's check if check equal to dark, then let's add the dark class inside the HTML. For that we can use document element, which means the HTML. Let's use the class list and add the class called dark. So same as this, in the else condition we will remove this class. Let's copy this. Instead of add, just write remove. That's it. Now on the else part, we'll again define this check variable and put condition that if this media query dot matches returns true, which means this query is true, the user preference is dark, then we will set it to dark, else we will set it to light. Let's set mode with the check again. Let's copy this condition and paste it right here. Now why we have used this if else? So let's say the user is opening this portfolio for the first time, then there is no variable inside the local storage, so that's why this if condition will return false, and that's why we will again check if there is any user preference through this media query, and if there is, then we will set the state accordingly. Also let's return this event listener. So in the return, let's call one arrow function and write media query dot remove event listener. Event is change and function is handle change. That's it. So using this function we will check if there is any user settings or configuration available through local storage and media query. Now after this use effect, let's use one more effect. Now through this effect we will update the values in the local storage. So we will run this effect whenever there is any change in the mode state. So when a user click on the mode to change the theme, we will set it to the local storage. So if mode equal to dark, let's set the local storage value. So just write window dot local storage dot set item, and here let's add the name and value to dark. Now same as we did before, let's set this class name as well. So just copy this and paste it right here. Else we will use the light theme. Instead of dark, replace it with the light, and instead of add, write remove. So that's it, and let's return the mode and set mode. That's it. So let's use this hook. Let's open the Navbar. Now after this social media icons, let's add one button. Now here we will use the sun and the moon icon. Now before that, let's import the hook. Let's write const get mode and set mode from the useThemeSwitcher hook. Now inside the button, if mode is equal to dark, we will display the sun icon. Import the sun icon from /icons file. Let's use the class name and fill it with the dark. Otherwise we will use the moon icon. Let's add the fill-dark here. Now click on this button, let's attach the set mode. So whenever user clicks on this button, we will use the set mode. First we will check the mode is, let's say, light, then we will change it to the dark, else we will keep the light. Let's save this. So here is the theme switch button. Now this will not do any changes yet because we have yet to implement the dark theme inside these pages. Let's add the class name for this button. Let's set margin left to 3, display to flex, items to center, and justify to center as well. Let's make it rounded to full, and padding -1. And now let's see how we can use the dark theme inside the Tailwind CSS. Let's search for the dark mode. So we are using the class. Now as mentioned here, if you want to support the toggling dark mode manually instead of relying on the operating system, so use the class strategy, instead use the media strategy. So we are using the class strategy, that's why we have to implement this inside the Tailwind config. So just copy this and open the Tailwind config file, and after the content just paste it right here. Let's save this. That's it. Now open the console and check this HTML element. If I click on here, it will add the class called dark, and let's change it to light. So there is no dark class, and if I click it again, it will add the dark. Let's check the local storage as well. Now as you can see, there is theme. If I click on this button again, it will change the value to light and again to the dark. Now our current theme is the dark, so let's try it. Now first let's go to the home page, and in the layout open the layout.js file. Now to use the dark theme inside Tailwind CSS, you just have to write dark : and let's say the current background color is light, so let's change it to bg-dark for the dark theme. Let's save this and check it, and as you can see here, the background color of the layout is dark, and if I click this again, it is light. Let's try it again. Now let's apply this dark in all the pages. First let's open the app, and here for the dark mode we will change the background to dark. Let's save this. Let's open the logo, and inside this logo, for the dark theme we will change the border color to light. And there is no border initially, so let's add the border dash solid, and for the color let's add the transparent color, and on the dark mode we will change the color to light. And there is this white border. Now let's open the navbar. So inside the navbar, let's change the text color. So whenever there is dark theme, let's change text to light. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now this line is still in the black, so let's change it as well. So if the theme is dark, change background color to light. Now let's change the background color for this button. So inside the navbar, find the button. Let's cut this and use the backticks. Now when there is light mode, then we will apply the background to dark and text to light. Otherwise we will apply the background to light and text to dark. This should be the question mark. Let's save this, and this looks much better. Let's change this text colors. Go to the index file. Now inside this main, let's change the text to light for the dark theme. Let's change this animated text as well. Open the animated text, and here let's change the color to light for the dark theme. I think we have to add this inside the h1 tag. So right here, let's change the color for this and contact as well. Go to the index. For the contact, let's change text color to light. And for the resume, for the dark theme, let's change its background to light and text to dark. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now on hover, it is not changing the background color for the dark theme, so we have to set it individually. So on hover, when the theme is dark, then we will change the background color to dark, and on hover in the dark theme, change the text to light again. Let's save this. Also on hover, let's change the border color as well. On hover in the dark theme, change the border to light. And it looks great. Now for this hire me, let's change the color of the SVG. So open hire me component. Now for this circular text, the current color is the fill-dark, and for the dark theme, let's change it to fill-light. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's change this background color as well. Now here we have to apply the same classes that we have applied for the resume. So let's copy it from the right here. Let's save this. Now this looks great. Let's change the color for the footer. Let's open the footer, and for the dark theme, let's set text to light. Also, let's change the border color as well. Now instead of this dark pink, we will use the secondary color. So right here for the dark theme, change text to secondary instead of primary. Let me check the color name again. So we have primary dark, not the secondary. So right here, change it to primary dark, and it looks better. That's it for the home page. Let's open the about page. Let's open it, and inside the main, let's change the text to light for the dark theme. And there is some text left, so let's go to here, and for the dark theme we will change the text color to text-light/75. Let's copy this and paste for both of this text. Let's save this. Let's check the useThemeSwitcher hook again. I think now on the first load we have to check this condition. So let's call the handle change function so that it will change the it will check all the conditions on the first load as well, and whenever any changes happen in the media query. Let's save this. So the current theme is the dark, and when we reload, it came to the dark. But notice when I reload this, first it will load the light theme, and then it will change this theme to the dark based on the local storage value. So why this happens? Now this is an effect called flash of unstyled content, FOUC, which is an instance where a web page appears briefly for a few seconds with the browser's default settings, and then when it checks all the conditions such as local storage, then it will change the theme back to the user preferred state. So how we can avoid this from happening? So let's go to the Tailwind, and inside the dark mode, check out this support system preference and manual selection. So there is this script as stated here. On page load or when changing the themes, it is best to add this script inside the head element. So let's copy this and open the _document.js file. Now this document is almost the same as the app.js file, but it is a custom document and it can update the HTML and body text that is used to render a page. So let's use it. Inside the body, let's use the script tag provided by the Nextjs. So make sure you import it from the next/script, and inside the script use the curly braces and backticks and paste the script right here. Now as mentioned here, next script requires an ID. So let's add an ID. Just write theme-switcher. That's it. Now the script tag has different features, so let's check its documentation. Let's open this. Now let's go right here. So as mentioned here, there is one prompt called strategy for the script. Now in strategy there is 3 values. So first is before interactive, which means it loads the script before any Nextjs code or before any page hydration occurs. And after interactive, which is the default option that loads the script early but after some hydration on the page occurs. So let's use the before interactive. Let's write strategy and let's paste the before interactive. Let's save this and check this again. So this is better. There is still flash, but you won't be able to see it in the production build. Let's add the background color here. Let's close this, and right here, so we have bg-dark, and this is the absolute div. Actually it should be light, and let's change the background of this image. So instead of this div, let's change the background here to dark. Let's change the border color as well. So for the dark theme, change border to light. And it looks great. Now there is biography. Let's change its color to right here. For the dark theme, we will use the text-light/75, and looks great. Now for the skills, let's change the color of repeating gradient. Open the tailwind.config.js file, copy this. We will create a new variable which called as circular dark. Now instead of this light shade, we will use the darker one. So copy this and paste it right here and here. Let's copy this variable and save this and go to the about. Open the skills page, and just after this, for the dark theme, we'll use the background to circular dark. Let's save it, and we have to change this black as well. For now it is 000. Let's make it white. So let's write 255, 255 and 255 again. Let's save this, and it looks better. Let's increase the opacity of the white color. So from 0.4 to increase to 0.5, and it looks great. Let's change these skills right here. Let's change the text to dark, and inside the dark theme, let's change background to light. Let's save this, and looks great. Let's change the color of this web. Copy this and paste it right here. Now let's see why this effect is slow for the skills but not for the web. Okay, it is happening because the transition duration is 1.5. We only need this transition for the while in view, so let's add it inside this transition and duration. Let's remove it from here. Let's save this, and now it's working. Let's go further down. Let's change the color of this line. Open the experience and find this motion div. Let's change the background color from bg-dark to bg-light. Also, we have to change the color of this SVG as well. Let's open the li icon. Now for the stroke, for the dark theme, let's change the stroke color to stroke dash primary dark. Also right here for the dark theme, let's change the stroke from dark to stroke dash light. Let's save this. Here we have to change from fill primary to fill primary dark. Let's change the color of this internal circle. So currently it is fill light. For the dark theme, let's change it to fill dark. And now it looks much better. Let's change this color as well. open the experience and go to this details component. Let's change this color for this one. For the dark theme, we will use text-light/75, and instead of this text primary, we will use text-primary dark, and it looks nice. Let's do the same for the education. Open the education, find the motion div, and let's change the VG light, and inside the details, let's change this text from dark to light and add the opacity, and it looks much better. Now let's change the width of this repeating gradient. Go to the Tailwind config, and for the second color, let's change from 5 to 8 pixel. Let's save this, and now it looks much better. Let's change the color for the projects. Let's open the projects.js file. Let's change the background from BG light to BG dark for the dark theme. And same for the featured project. Let's change the border color as well. For the dark theme, we will change the border color from dark to light. Let's change this text as well. Let's change the background color from dark to light. Let's scroll down. Now for this type, let's change it from text-primary to text-primary dark. Now for this summary, change the text color to text-light. Let's save this. Let's change the color of this title. Inside the H2, for the dark theme, let's keep the text to light. Now instead of adding text color for each individual element, let's just go to the main element, and for the dark theme, set text to light. And it looks much better. Now let's add the color for this visit project, which is in the featured project component. So for this, let's change the background to light and text to dark. And this looks much better. Let's change the color for this. Go to the project. Now here we have already set the background to dark. Now for the dark theme, let's change the border color to light. And also after in this div, let's change the VG to light as well. Save this. I think we have to make more changes inside the use theme hook. Now for this use effect, whenever the mode is dark, it is setting the theme with the dark and adding the dark class, else it is removing the dark. So we have empty string, so which is not the dark, so we have to add a separate if condition. So instead of else, let's write if mode is equal to light, then we will remove the dark and set the theme with the light. Let's see if this change work. And it is working. Let's change this color inside the project component. Find the text-primary, and for the dark theme, let's change it to primary dark. And this looks great. Now let's do the same for the articles. Open the articles.js file and inside this article, in the main, let's change all the text from dark to light, and inside this article component, let's change this border dark to border light and change this text primary to primary dark. Let's save this. Let's change the background color. So for now the background is light. Let's change it to background dark. Let's also do the same for this featured dark background for the dark theme, and let's change the border color as well from border dark to border light, and this looks better. We have to change the color of this text. Go to the article, and for the dark theme, let's change the text to light. And much better. Let's change the color of this read, which is in the featured article. For the dark, change it to dark text dash primary dark. It looks great. That's it. So our portfolio is completed. Now for this icon, let's add the background so it looks better. Open the Navbar and find the Pinterest icon right here. Set the class. Let's add the background to light and make it circle, so round it to full, and it looks much better. Now let's optimize our image component. So let's go to this documentation and write the image. Click on this next/image. Now there are some attributes that we can use to optimize the loading speed of our portfolio. Now in the home we have this image, so let's see how we can optimize this. Let's close this and open the index.js file. Now here in the image we will use the priority attribute. Let's see what this attribute does. So when the priority is true, the image will be considered high priority and it will preload. So a lazy loading is automatically disabled for this image. It will preload, which means it will have more priority over the other content. So whenever we load this portfolio, it will preload this image, and that's why we will get a good score in the Google Lighthouse. So now along with the priority, there is another attribute that we can use for the sizes. Now here is the attribute. So the sizes, as mentioned here, it is a string that provides information about how wide the image will be for different breakpoints. So let's see the example. Now here is the sizes attribute. Now for the maximum width of 768 pixel, total image width is 100 viewport width, so for it covers the full screen. Now for the 1200 pixel, the image size will decrease to the half, and otherwise it will be for the 1/3 of the screen. Let's copy this. Now in our case, our image covers the half of the screen for full screen devices. So let's configure this. After the priority, let's add the sizes. Now for the max width, we'll keep it to the 100 viewport width, and for the 1200, let's keep it to 50, and otherwise let's keep it to 50 as well. Let's save this. Now you won't see any difference right now, but when you build this portfolio and load it, then you can see the difference. Now we can check in the console. Go to the elements and open this head. Now here is the image component. Now because of the priority attribute, it has this preload right here. So this image is preloaded before all the other content. Let's use this attribute for the about page as well. Let's copy this, open the about. Inside this image, let's paste the priority and the sizes attribute. Now for the 768 pixel, let's keep it to 100. 1200, for the 1200 pixel, let's keep it to 50, and otherwise we will keep it to the 33 viewport width because it will occupy the 1/3 of the screen. Let's do the same for the projects. Open the featured project, and inside this framer image, let's add the attributes. Now for this sizes, let's keep the 50 viewport width. Let's save this. Let's open the articles. We have two images on the featured articles, so let's add these attributes in the articles as well. Now inside this featured article component, let's add both of these attributes. Now let's save this. You can change these sizes as per your requirements. That's it. Now if you want to know more about the benefits of using this image component from the Nextjs, you can read this documentation. There are lots of benefits. Now when you host your website to a Vercel, then you will get more benefit for the image component because Vercel automatically handles the image generation. Now for the other hosting provider, you have to add some package like Sharp to optimize these images. Now let's see how we can make this website responsive. Let's check the original website and let's decrease the width. So after the 1280 pixels, the size of the animated text is decreased. So at 1024 pixel, we are not displaying that image and only this text. Let's decrease it more. And after the 768 pixel, we'll display the image and text both. And also this hire me button is on the upper right corner. And we have this hamburger menu. Let's create it. Now in the Tailwind CSS, open the responsive design. Now by default, Tailwind uses the minimum width, but for this portfolio, we'll use the maximum width. So for that, we can define our own breakpoints. If you scroll down, so this is how you can add your own custom breakpoints. Let's add our own breakpoints. Open the tailwind.config file, and out of this extend keyword, let's write the screens, and here let's define the maximum breakpoint. Let's name it as 2xl, and it will have the max width up to 1535 pixels. So this will make the query such as media of maximum width of 1535 pixel. And let me show you how we can use this. So you just have to copy this, and inside the class, as we did for the dark theme, just write the 2xl and colon, and whenever you write any class name here, it will apply to that media query. Let's save this. Now if you open the styles.txt file, I have already added this screens, so just copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this. So the minimum screen is going to be 479 pixel, and the maximum is the 1535 pixel. So let's use it. I have used simple names such as 2xl, xl, lg, md, sm, and xs, which stands for the extra small. Let's close this, close everything, and open the navbar. So first we will make the navbar responsive. Now first let's create the hamburger button. So after the header, let's create button. Now inside this button, we'll add 3 span elements. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's add some classes. Set display to flex, flex direction to column, justify everything to center, and items to center as well. Now for the span, we'll add some classes. So select all the span tag, and for that, now to select multiple same elements, just select this and press Ctrl D, and again press Ctrl D. This will select all the span elements. Let's add the classes. Now let's start with the background to dark, and for the dark theme, we'll use the background of light, display to block, and height of the span element will be the 0.5, and width, let's keep it to 6. Let's make it rounded, so write rounded dash sm. Let's save this. Now as you can see, here are our span elements. Now let's add some space between these elements. So for the first span element, let's add negative translate y to 0.5, and same for the last span element. Let's save this. As you can see, there is some space. For the last, don't use the negative, and now it looks better. Also, let's add some margin in the center span element, margin of 0.5, and now it looks great. So this is our hamburger menu. Let's add more state to open and close that menu. So let's use the use state. Name it as is open. Here write set is open. Initially it will be false. Let's create one function to handle the click event. So write handle click. Now this will set the is open state to false or true. So write exclamation mark and write the current state. Let's attach this handle click with this button. Now let's use this state value. So whenever the menu is open, we will make this hamburger menu into a cross. So for this center span, let's select this and use the curly braces and backticks and paste them right here. Now here we will use one condition. When the is open state is true, then we will add the opacity to 0. So we will hide the center span element. Else we can set the opacity to 1. So for Tailwind we have to write 100. Let's do the same for both of these span elements. Select this, use curly braces and backticks, and let's use the condition. Now whenever the is open state is true, we will use the rotate value. So just write rotate dash 45 degree and translate y to 1. Otherwise we will translate y to negative 0.5 value. Let's do the same for this span as well. Let's copy this condition and paste it right here. Remove this and paste this condition. Now, instead of negative, this will be the positive, but for rotate we will change it to a negative value, and for the translate as well. Let's save this and check it out. We have to import the use state from React. Let's save this, and on click we are getting the cross value. Let's make it more smoother by adding the transition. Now let's select this. Press Ctrl D to select all three. And let's add the transition dash all, duration of 300 milliseconds, and ease out. Let's save this and check it again, and it looks great. Now we will show this button only when the width, maximum width is the 1024 pixel, so the LG. Let's hide this button. For now this button will be hidden, and when the maximum width is the large screen, then we will use the display to flex. So remove this flex and save this. Let's decrease this from the maximum to 1024, and now you can see this button. Now let's make this navigation menu responsive. Now we're going to create a different menu for the mobile. So for this we will hide this desktop menu. So let's select both of this navigation bar and add them inside a div. Now for this div, let's add some class, set width to full, display to flex, justify space between, and items to center. And for the large screen we will hide this navigation bar. Let's save this and let's check it out. As you can see, when the screen is the large, which means 1024 pixel, then it will hide the navigation bar and show the hamburger button. Now let's create the mobile menu. Let's copy this div and paste it right here. We'll make changes to this div. Let's set the minimum width to 70 VW and flex direction to flex-column, and let's make it fixed. So just write. Now remove this LG. For now we will use position fixed 50% from the top, so top dash 1/2, and do the same for the left, and negative translate X to 50%, so 1/2. Now this means it will use the translate X property and its value will be the minus 50%. Let's do same for the Y. So because of this class, it will show the menu in the center of the screen. Let's save this, and also let's add relative to this header and check this out. There is no menu. Let me check the elements inside the header, and here is the div. Let's increase the Z index to 30, and there is our menu. So we have to add the Z index as well. So let's just write Z index to 30, and let's save this. Now let's add the background color. So set background dark up to 90 opacity, and for the dark theme we will use the background light and set opacity to 90. Let's keep it to 75. Let's make it rounded up to large, and let's use the backdrop blur filter. Set backdrop blur -md and set padding top and bottom to 32. Let's save this, and it looks great. Let's add the classes inside this navigation bar. Let's set display to flex, items to center, flex direction to column, and justify to center. Let's save this, and it looks much better. Now instead of this custom link, let's create the same component for the mobile. So let's just copy this and create one more component called custom mobile link, and it will have the same elements. Now we have created this separate component instead of this, because we are not going to use this link component. Let me show you why. If we use this link component, then let's say if I click on the projects, it will open the project page, but it will not close this menu. So instead we will use this router to change the page. So instead of link component, let's set it to button, and let's create one function called const handle click, and this function will use router dot push function to push the new address to the URL. So inside this push, let's add the href, and let's connect this function to this button. Now on click, let's connect this function, and let's save this. Also, let's use this custom mobile link inside this. Make sure you are in the mobile nav and not in the desktop one. Let's replace these links with the custom mobile link. Let's save this. And let's see how we can close this menu before we change the page. So for that we have to use this handle click function, because this function is changing the state of the menu. So let's copy this and let's pass it as a toggle prop. Pass the handle click function, and let's deconstruct the toggle prop. Now before we change the page, let's close the menu, and this toggle function will change the state of the menu. Now before we do that, we have to add the condition for this menu. Make sure you use this div and not the desktop one. So just close this. Let's cut this div and put a condition. If is open state is true, then we will show the menu, else we will return null. So paste the div right here, and let's save this. Now let's check it out. Decrease this so that we can see this button. Let's click on this, and we have our menu. Now let's click on this about page, and menu is closed and we are on the about page. Now let's add more styling to this menu. Go to the custom mobile link. Now for the normal light theme, we will use the text-light, and for the dark theme, we will use text-dark. Let's save this. And as you can see, let's remove this margin. So if you go down, and in this custom mobile link, we have already added these classes, so let's remove it. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. Let's add the margin top and bottom. So go to the custom mobile link, and right here let's add margin top and bottom to 2. Let's save this, and now it looks much better. Let's change the color of this span. Let's change the background to, for the light theme, we will use the light background, but for the dark theme we will use the dark. Let's save this. Let's change the theme, and looks much better. Now for this GitHub icon, we can add the background. So go to the GitHub, and same as we did for this Pinterest, let's copy this and paste it in the link of the GitHub. And as you can see, it looks better. Not for the light, not dark theme. So for the dark, let's change its color. For the dark, let's change background to light. And for the dark theme, let's change its background to dark. And it looks great. Let's add styling for this navbar, nav, which contains the social icons. So first we have the flex as a display, item center, justify center, and flex to wrap. Let's add the margin top up to 2. Let's save this, and it looks better. Let's decrease this width. Let's decrease the space between these icons for smaller screen sizes. So after this mr-3 for the Twitter icon. Now for the smaller screen, we will use margin left and right up to, let's say, 1, which means 4 pixel. Let's do the same for all these icons. Let's save this. And this looks great. Now let's close this menu. Now let's animate this menu. So for that we'll use the framer motion. So for this div, let's make it motion.div, and for the initial property, let's set the scale to 0. Now let's set the animate to scale 1. Let's use the opacity as well, opacity to 1, and for the initial, we'll keep the opacity to 0 as well. Let's check this out. So the the position of this menu is not right because we have already used transform to set this menu in the center. So inside this initial prop, let's keep it that way. Set the X to -50%. Make sure you use the double quotes, and for the Y, -50% as well. Let's save this. As you can see, when the menu is coming to the screen, it is scaling from 0 to 1, and it looks great. You can change the duration if you want using transition property. Now that's it for the navigation bar. Let's make this home page responsive. Let's close this. Open the index.js file. Now we are using layout in all the pages. So first, let's make it responsive. Now for the XL, which means the 1279 pixel. So when the screen maximum width of screen is 1279 pixel, then we will decrease the padding to 24, and for the large screen we will decrease it to 16. Let's decrease it for the medium screen. So write MD and set padding to 12, and for smaller screen we will decrease the padding to 8. Let's save this and let's check it out. So the padding is decreasing on the sides. Now let's make the animated text responsive. Now we have used this padding. So for the smaller screen, let's remove this by writing py-0. Now we have used this animated text on multiple pages. So instead of making changes here, let's use this class name prop. So go to the index file, and inside this class, let's decrease its size right here. Now for the XL, let's decrease the text size to 5XL, and remember to add the important tag because we have already defined this inside the animated text. So use the exclamation mark before this class name. Now for the large screen, let's make the text from left to center. Now again for the large screen, we will increase the text size because we are going to display only text and not the image for the large to up to medium screen. So let's set text size to 6XL again, and for the medium screen we will decrease the text size to 5XL, and for the smaller screen let's decrease the text size to 3XL. Let's save this and check this out. So the text size is decreased for the XL. and text is in the center, and it's working. Now let's do the same for this extra padding. Inside the layout we have set padding top to 0. Now for the medium screen we will set padding to 16, and for the smaller screen we will set padding top to 8. Here it is padding top. Let's save this. Now let's hide this image for the large screen. So inside the class name, for the large screen let's write hidden. Now we will show this image for the medium screen. So for the medium screen, write inline block for the display, and for the medium screen we will show the full width image. So write width to full. Same goes for this text. For the large screen, let's make it width to full. Let's save this and check it out. Now the screen is large, but width is not working for this text. Let's see why. Now we have used flex to store this image and text. So for the large screen, let's change the flex direction to column. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's center all the text, and for that go to this div and use, for the large screen, use text dash center. Let's center these links. Inside this div, for the large screen, let's use the self dash center class. Save it, and looks great. Now let's decrease this width, and for the medium screen we'll display this image again. Somehow the image width is not the full. Let's check this out, and here we have width to 50%. Let's change it for the medium screen to width to full. Now it looks better. Let's hide this light bulb for the medium screen. Go to down here, and for the medium screen we will hide this light bulb. And it looks great. Now let's make hire me responsive and change its position from here to the top right corner. Open the hire me. Let's change the position for the medium screen to right -8, and we are also using the left, so we have to use the auto. So for the medium screen, left will be the auto, and in the medium screen, instead of using bottom, we are using the top. So right top to, let's keep it to 0, and for the medium screen, bottom to auto. Let's save this and decrease the width, and it looks great. Now let's decrease this size. Now here the width is 48, so for the medium screen, let's set width to 24. Now inside the link, for this link, for the medium screen devices, Let's decrease its width and height to 12. Also, let's decrease the text size up to 10 pixel. Let's save this, and it looks better. Now this is fixed, so instead of that, let's make it absolute. So for the medium size screen, let's make it absolute. Now it looks great. Now let's add the Z index in the header so this logo don't get any cut. Open the Navbar, and in the header let's use the Z index 10, and also let's decrease the padding left and right. So for the large screen, we will keep the padding left and right to 16. For the small screen, we will keep it to 12, and for the smaller screen, let's keep it to 8. Let's save this, and this looks much better. Let's decrease the size of this text and this links. Let's close everything else and open the index.js file. So here is the paragraph tag. Now for the medium screen, let's set the text size to small, and for the smaller screen, let's set text size to extra small. Now this is for the medium screen size and for the smaller screen size. Let's reduce the size of this resume and contact links. Now for the resume, for the medium screen, let's decrease the padding to padding -2, and for the medium screen, set padding left and right to 4, and set text size to text-base. Now for this contact link, for the medium size screen, set text size to text-base. Let's save this, and it looks better. Now let's make this footer responsive. Open the footer. Now for the smaller screen, let's decrease the text size to text-base, and here for the large screen, we will change the flex direction to flex-column. Let's decrease the padding top and bottom as well. So for now it is 8. Let's keep the 6. Let's save this, and it looks good. Let's increase the padding between this first and the last. So for this middle div, for the large screen, let's add padding top and bottom to 2, and now this looks good. So home page is responsive. Now let's talk about the about page. First, let's decrease the size of this animated text. So open the about.js file. Let me format this, and inside this animated text, let's decrease the text size. For the large screen, we will decrease it to 7 XL. make sure you add the exclamation mark right here. And for the smaller screen, let's decrease it to 6 XL. For the extra small screen, let's decrease this to 4 XL. Let's save this. And the text size is decreasing. Now for the mobile device, let's decrease this margin. So inside this animated text, for the smaller screen, decrease margin bottom from 16 to 8. Now we have 12 column layout right here. For the Excel, let's decrease this to 3 column. So for that we will give this paragraphy 4 columns and this image up to 4 column as well. So this number will go down and we will give it a whole 12 column and make it horizontal. So let's do it. Let's decrease this gap for the smaller screen to 8, and instead of col span -3 for the biography, for the extra large screen, let's add one more column. So add col span -4. Let's do the same for the image as well. For the Excel, col span to 4. Now this number takes 2 columns, so for the maximum width of extra large screen, we will use the col span let's say 8 column, and change the flex direction from flex column to flex -row. And now this looks much better. Let's use the items center. So for the Excel, use items center. Now let's decrease the size. Now we are at the medium screen. Now for medium screen, let's show this image on the first, then the biography, then these numbers. So for that we have to change the order. So current order is first we are displaying this biography, second is the image, and third is this numbers. So for the medium screen, let's change this. So for the image, right here, for the medium screen, let's change the order to 1. Let's copy this, and for this text, which is biography, let's set its order to 2, and for the numbers, let's set the order to 3. Let's save this. And also this image currently takes the 4 columns. So for medium screen, let's increase it to 8 column. Let's save this. And this looks much better. Let's increase the width or col span for this. Let's copy this, and for the biography, let's keep the col span to 8 as well. And it looks much better. Let's decrease the size of this number and this text. Now for this numbers, now currently items are at the end. So instead of that, for the extra large screen, let's set items to center. And for this span, for medium screen, let's decrease the text size to 6XL. And for the smaller screen, text size to 5XL. And for the extra small screen, let's keep the text size to 4XL. If you want to see the CSS, you just have to hover on this class and this will show this CSS. Let's apply all these classes for the span elements. Now for this H2 text, let's keep the text to center for the extra large screen. And for the medium screen, set text size to LG. And for the small, set text size to text-base. And again for the extra small screen, set text size to text-sm. Let's copy all these classes and paste it for the projects completed and years of experience. Now this looks much better. Let's keep both of this text on the center. Let's copy this and paste it right here and here. Now this looks much better. Now let's make the skills responsive. Close this, open the skills component. First, let's decrease the size of this title. For the medium screen, decrease the text size from 8XL to 6XL. And also add margin top to 32 from 64. Let's save this. Let's decrease these skills. So go to top and inside the class name, let's start with the large screen. For large screen, let's decrease the padding top and bottom from 3 to 2 and padding left and right to 4. Now for the medium screen, let's decrease the text size to text-sm. And for the medium screen, decrease the padding top and bottom to 1.5 and padding left and right to 3. Let's save this and let's test this. So the skills are decreased. Now for smaller screens, we have to remove this background because it will not look that great on the mobile screen. So let's do that. For the extra small screen, let's make the background transparent. And for the extra small screen and for the dark theme, let's make the background transparent as well. We have to do this for both light and dark theme. Also, let's change the color of the text to dark for the light theme. Now for the dark theme, text color will be light, and let's make it bold for the extra small screen. Let's save this. Let's decrease this, and it looks much better. Now for this web, go right here. For the large, let's decrease the padding to 6. For the medium, padding to 4. And for the extra small screens, set text to XS and padding to 2. Let's save this. It looks great. Now let's do something about this repeating gradient, because it is not looking good for the smaller screens. Let's decrease its height for different screens. So for now we have height to 100 viewport height. So instead of that, let's decrease this. For the large screen, set height to 80 VH, and for the smaller screen, set height to 60 VH, and for the extra small screen, set height to 50 VH or 1.5. Let's save this and check it out again. And it looks better. Let's increase these rings from the center, and for that we have to decrease the size. Let's go to the Tailwind config, and inside this extend we have already defined this too. Just copy this, and let's create one more variable, and this variable is for the large screen, and let's decrease its size from 100 to 80 pixels, and let's keep everything as it is. Let's create another one for the dark screen and change this from 100 to 80, and let's change the name to LG, and let's use this. So here is our circular light background. Now for the large screen, let's change this to circular light LG, and for the dark theme we have to use bg-circular dark LG. Let's check it out. Now you can see we have more rings after we cross the 1024 pixel. So we have to create this multiple variables of this repeating radial gradient. I have already created one, so you can copy them from the styles.txt file. So here are all the repeating gradients for the large screen, medium screen, and smaller screens. So just copy all this, and inside this config paste it right here, and let's use them. So copy both of this and paste it for 2 more times. Instead of LG, let's write MD, and here as well. let's write sm. Let's save this and let's check it. Now after LG you can see more circles, and we are now in the medium screens. Let's decrease it for the smaller screens, and it looks great. You can also decrease the width of these rings by just changing this medium value. So currently we are in the small screen. Let's change this from 8 to 4 and let's save this. As you can see, it is decreased. Let's decrease this to 6 and let's keep it to 8 pixel for the large screen, and let's save this. So the skill section is responsive. Let's make the experience section mobile responsive. Open the experience.js file. First, let's decrease the size of this h2 element. For the medium screen, let's change the text size to 6XL. For extra small, let's change it to 4XL, and let's set margin bottom to 16 for the medium size screens. Now let's go to the details component, and here we have width of 60%. Now for the medium screen, let's increase it to 80%. Let's decrease the size of the position. For smaller screen, let's keep it to the text-XL, and for the extra small screen, let's set it to large. Let's decrease the size of time and address for extra small screen from text base to text small, and for the work as well. For the medium size screen, decrease the text size to small. Let's check them. And it looks better, but let's increase the width of this div. So after this h2, we have width of 75%. For the large screen, let's increase it to 90%, and for the medium screen, let's increase it to full width. Now this looks much better. Now for this unordered list, for the extra small screen, set margin left to 2 from 4, and for this line on the left, which is a motion div, let's change its position. So for medium screen, let's keep its width from 4 pixel to 2 pixel, and for the medium screen, let's change the left position from left -9 to left -30 pixel, and for the extra small screen, let's set it to 20 pixel. Let's save this and check it out. We have to set the circles according to the line. Let's do that. Open the liicon.js file. Now in here, Let's decrease the width. So current width of the SVG is 75. Inside the class name, for the medium screen, let's keep the width to 60 pixel because we have keep the left 30 pixel for this line, this div. So the size of this SVG will be 60 pixel. Width for the medium screen, let's keep the height to 60 pixel as well. Let's copy both of this and paste it. And for the extra small screen, we will keep it to 40 pixels. Let's save this. And it looks great. Now let's do the same for this education as well. Open the education.js file. Now from the experience, for this title, let's copy this classes and paste it for the education. Let's do the same for this width as well. Copy this for the motion div. Now for the UL element, let's copy this class and paste it right here. Now let's change the classes in the details. So for the details, let's increase this width and change the text size of this h3 element. Copy this, both of this class, and paste it right here. Now let's copy this and paste it for the time and place. And for the info, we will decrease its size for the medium screens. Let's save this. And it looks great. So our about page is responsive and completed. Now let's make this projects page responsive. So let's open the projects.js file. Now let's go to the animated text and let's decrease its size. For the large screen, set text size to 7 pixel. For the small, set margin bottom to 8, and for the smaller screen, set text size to 6 pixel. And for the extra small screen, set text size to 4 pixel. And make sure to add this exclamation mark before this class. Save this. Now in the featured project, for the large screen, we will change the flex direction from row to column. So write flex dash col, and for the large screen, decrease the padding to 8. For the smaller screen, let's decrease its radius to rounded 2 pixel. And same for the lower right corner. So right now it is rounded PR-2 pixel. Let's increase it to 3 pixel. And for the extra small screen, let's decrease the padding to 4. Let's save this and check it out. So this is the feature project. Now as you can see, it is not working because we have the grid layout and we have to decrease the grid gap. Let's go down right here. So for the extra large screen, set grid gap X to 16, and for the large screen, decrease grid gap X to 8, and for the medium screen, let's set gap dash Y to 24, and for the smaller screen, set gap dash X to 0. Let's save this. And now it is decreasing the width. And for this large screen, it has changed the flex direction. So let's go to the featured project again. Right now, the image size is half of the width. So for the large screen, let's keep the width to full. And let's do the same for this text content as well. Also, for the large screen, let's set padding left to 0, and instead let's set padding top to 6. Now for the type, let's decrease the size for the extra small screen to text dash base. Now let's find the title. Here we will decrease the text size to small for the smaller screen. And for this visit project, for the smaller screen, let's decrease the padding left and right to 4 and text size to text dash base. Let's save this. And it looks great. Let's decrease this div. So here is the div element. Now for the extra small screen, let's set it to right, negative right dash 2 from 3, and let's decrease the height from 103% to 102%. And for the extra small screen, let's keep the width to 100% instead of 101%, or you can write width dash full. Now for the extra small screen, we will decrease the radius as well. So let's decrease it to, right now it is 2.5 rem. Let's decrease it to 1.5 rem. Let's save this. And this looks much better. Let's decrease this height for smaller screen instead of extra small screen. So let's try SM. Now this looks better than the extra small screen. Now let's do the same for this project as well. Let's decrease the text size for this summary. So for the small screen, let's set text dash sm and save this. Let's go down to the project. Now for the extra small screen, we will decrease the padding only. And for this div, for the medium screen, let's change the position. So negative right from 3 to 2, and for the medium screen, set width to 101%, and for the smaller screen, set height to 102%, and for the extra small screen, set radius to 1.5 rem. Let's decrease the text size of the type. So for the large screen, set text LG, and for the medium screen, set text dash base. Now for the title, let's decrease. For the large screen, set text to 2XL, and for this visit, set text dash base. For the medium screen, and let's decrease the width of this GitHub icon. Right now it is W-8. For the medium screen, set width to 6. Let's save this. And it looks great. Now for this projects, we are using the colspan-6. Now instead of this, for the smaller screen, let's use the all 12 columns. Let's do the same for this, and here as well. Let's save this. Now for the smaller screen, it should cover the 12 columns. Let's check the mobile version. And this looks great. Now let's make this article page responsive. Let's copy all classes from the animated text, from the large, and open the articles.js file, and let's go to the animated text and paste all the classes. That's it. Now for the another list where we are displaying the two featured articles, let's select these articles. So for the medium screens, let's set grid dash post dash 1, and for the large screen, let's decrease the gap to 8 from 16, and for the medium screen, let's set gap dash y to 16. Let's save this and go to the featured article. Let's decrease the size of the title element. So for the extra small screen, decrease the text to LG. Let's save this. Now it looks great. Now if you don't want to display this summary inside this featured articles, then you can just remove it for the mobile devices. But for this tutorial, I am keeping them right here. Let's style this. So go to the article. Now here the flex direction is row, but for the smaller devices, let's change its direction to column. So we have to change the date position as well. So for the smaller screen, let's use self-start. Let's save this. Let's decrease it up to 640 pixels. And as you can see, date is after the title. Let's remove this padding left for the smaller screen. Now for the extra small screen, let's decrease its size to text-sm. Now for this mobile devices, you won't be able to see that image. So you can just hide those image, or else you can keep it as it is. But I suggest you to hide these emails for, let's say, for medium screens. So let's go to right here. And for this classes, for the medium screen, let's use the important keyword and keep it hidden. So you can see there is no image. Also, you can use the match media query to just remove this whole image. That's it. I think the article page is completed. So let's see this whole website in a mobile. So if I click on this, it will lead us to the home page. Now for the smaller screen, let's change this hire me position. Open the hireme.js file, and for smaller screen, let's keep the right to 0. And now it looks much better. Let's open the menu, click on the about. And this looks great. Let's check out this articles. And change this theme. That's it. Now let's see how we can create the transition effect like this one. Let's close all this, and inside the components folder, let's create one file called transition effect.js. Let's save this. Let's import this inside the index.js file. Let's import it after the head. So write transition effect. Let's save this. Now here we will create 3 div elements which will move from left to right. So let's import the motion from framer motion, and let's use the React fragments. Let's create one div and make it self-closing. Let's add some class name. So first, let's keep its position to fixed, top to 0, bottom to 0, and from the right, let's keep right to 100%. So the whole div will be on the left of the screen. So for 100%, you can add -full, and its width should be the 100% viewport width, so w-screen, and same for the height. Let's add the z-index to 30 and background to bg-primary. Now let's add the motion. Now initially this div should be on the left, so that's why x value is 100% and width is also 100%. But on animate, the x should be 0% and width should be 0% as well. Now let's add the transition. Keep the duration to 0.8 seconds and ease function to ease in out. Let's save this. Now as you can see here, whole div is coming from right to left, and sorry, not from left to right. So let's create the same one. Let's add another one. Now for this div, we will use the light color for the background, and for the last we will use the dark. Now the difference is in this second div, the z-index will be 20 and there is some delay, so let's add delay of 0.2 seconds, and for the third div let's set delay of 0.4 seconds and also decrease the z-index from 30 to 10. Let's save this and reload the page. As you can see here, it looks great. Now let's add this transition effect in all the pages. So we have added it in the about page. So when we go to the about, we can see this transition effect. Let's again go to the home page. So here we have used initial and animate properties, but there is also one more property called the exit. So let me show you this. Inside the transition effect, after the animate, let's write exit. So whenever the page is exiting or leaving, then this property will get in effect. So for the exit, we will go from 0% to 100%, and same goes for the width. So just copy this and add it inside the width. Let's save this. We don't need to implement this exit inside this second and third div. So let's check it out. And exit is not working because we have to use animate presence from the framer motion. So let's see what it is. So the animate presence allows the components to animate out when they are removed from the directory, and it is required to enable the exit animations. So let's use this animate presence. Now we are using transition effect in all the pages. So let's open the app.js file and let's wrap this component with the animate presence. Now to identify each page uniquely, we have to pass the key prop, and for that we can use the router. Let's import the useRouter hook, and as a key we will use the asPath attribute. So this will create a unique key for each URL. Write key equal to router.asPath. Now asPath will return the anything after the slash value. So for about page it will return the slash about, and for the articles it will return the slash articles. Let's save this and check it again. Now as you can see, when home is leaving, there is an exit animation, but it is so fast. So let's add one property for the animate presence. If you scroll down at the props, you can see there is one prop called mode. So there are different modes, sync and wait. We will use the wait because as stated here, the entering child will wait until the exiting child has animated out. So let's use this inside the animate presence. Use mode equal to wait. Let's save this and check it out. Now observe, when I click on the about page, first the exit animation run for the home page, and then the entry animation run for the about page. So this is the exit and this is the entry. So this is how we can create a different transition effect for these pages. Now let's add this transition effect in all other pages. So we have already added in the about and the index page. So let's go to the articles page, and after the head section, let's add it transition effect and open the projects page. After the head, let's add transition effect. That's it. Let's open the articles. Let's go to the projects. And this looks great. Now my whole purpose of creating this tutorial in Nextjs is to show you different animation in a static site, and also some tricks that you can use to implement amazing effects by using the framer motion. Now there is one more thing that you can do to increase the traffic on your portfolio. Just go to any page, and inside this head element you can write some good meta descriptions by including the relevant keyword, and do this for each of these pages and add the relevant title for each page, and this will eventually increase the reach of your portfolio website. Now in this code, for this tutorial purpose, I have created many different components inside the same page file, but you can separate them easily. Also, please check out my new website called daydreaming.com. On this website, I write blogs and add videos and share different resources. So you can check out the resources right here. And here are a few different resources that you would like. You can also give vote to your favorite resources. Just click on the resource and you can see the current votes are 16. Just give vote from this stars. Click on the continue. And this will store your vote and it will update the total votes. Now at this resource page, you will have this tool of the day, which has received most of the votes. And in future, I will add more tools that are useful for the developers. Now, if you want to learn more about the Nextjs, then let me know in the comments. That's it for this tutorial. Please do like the video, and if you are new to my channel, then subscribe. Thanks for watching.